a postseason ban because
those players are gone.
The players are gone. Now, the coach obviously is still there, the head coach that you were wanting to punish. But I think you can do that. You can punish head coaches without punishing the players. Ultimately, the players don't screw this thing up. It's boosters and head coaches. So find a way to punish them. And we've said that forever.
What did you learn from the Bo Nix interview today?
I expect out of the portal to go to Ole Miss.
So you think it'll be Ole Miss?
I think it'll be Ole Miss.
Even with the SEC West schedule that he would have to play Auburn and he would have to play Alabama.
I just get this feeling, and this probably isn't fair to say. I think there is some kind of there was some kind of tension on the way out, and I don't think he's got a problem playing Auburn. I think he still has love for Auburn, but I think there's going to be something exciting about that. Boy, it gives us a storyline. I'm a little surprised, though. You go from Matt Corral to Bo Nix. No disrespect to Bo, but Matt Corral is going to be a first-round selection in the NFL draft. And just based on the fact that he said, look, we haven't had a conversation, circle back around, told us that him and Lane Kiffin have been texting, just got this feeling he's going to be an Ole Miss Rebel.
I mean, Corral, what did he finish in the Heisman, 6th or 7th?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's going to be hard for Bo Nix to live up to that. But I do think you look at Lane Kiffin as a developer of NFL quarterbacks. I mean, I think that's a fair way to look at Lane Kiffin.
I was talking to Reed earlier in the hall, and he brought up Blake Sims. You remember how good Blake Sims ended up being?
He set the Alabama single-season passing record. It's been shattered since then, but he set it that year.
Yeah, I mean, got a team to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Lane Kiffin is really good with
quarterbacks. Yeah.
Good play caller. No Jeff Lebby there, though, so it'll be Lane calling the plays, you assume. And maybe Bo Nix at quarterback. We'll see if Bo makes it official. He would not do that on our show today. Thanks for being a part of it this week. We're back with you on Monday, and we'll be live with you 9 to 1 Central then. Don't forget to watch all of our social media platforms. We'll keep feeding stuff out throughout the weekend. Enjoy
Happy
the bowl
birthday,
games.
Jim.
Thank you, Rockstar. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thanks for the confetti. Thanks for the stuff in my ear.
Got you a facial. I shot for the eye.
Yeah. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Frank 79629, standby.
In school, I thought I might want to be a lawyer or a therapist. Mom always said I could talk to anyone. But being cooped up in an office all day didn't really appeal to me. And then I found a job working as a deputy in Shelby County. Now I spend my days helping people, sometimes on the worst days of their life. Nearly always, they just want someone to listen. And I've always been good at that. Plus, it pays great. Plenty of time off, great benefits, and each day is a new challenge, and I never stop talking. Or smiling.
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home card, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and on Insta.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hi, it's me, Electra. Being Birmingham's goddess of electricity, I know the Magic City didn't grow by magic. Its growth is powered by connections. Now that First Bank, a Southern bank known for great connections, opened in Homewood, you have legendary service and great digital banking to power your growth. If I could just connect with that big guy on the horizon.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor,
Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Jay Cox, we're really going to start there, Jay, over in the Farmfolio chat room. Morning, and who dat baby? I wore black today because the Bucks got blanked last night. We'll talk about the National Football League. Big win for UAB, maybe the biggest, some are calling it, in their program's history in the bowls over the weekend. A lot of basketball. But we got to start with our boy, Bo Nix. Didn't go to Ole Miss. Didn't stay in the SEC. He went as far away as he could get.
I thought he went a little cryptic on our interview. Was it Friday?
Yeah.
Can't keep up with these days. When Bo was on and asked him if he had had a conversation with Lane Kiffin, and he circled back after saying he had not by saying they were texting each other. I just read into that. It seemed like Ole Miss was a given. We had heard rumors that Ole Miss was kind of the leader in the clubhouse. The first person that I heard it from was Brown on our text thread, and I was blown away.
I was too. I did not see that one coming. Like, if you had asked me to make a list of potential Bo Nix landing spots, I would have had Ole Miss number one. I would have thrown A&M in there just because of the Jimbo Fisher connection with Pat Nix.
Central Florida would have to be in there.
I would not have put them in. And here's why, Lance. I'll tell you why I would not have put Central Florida in. Because Bo on this show and then in other places said he wanted to go somewhere that got him NFL ready, and that ain't Gus Malzahn. I think he played enough under Gus Malzahn to know that's not getting me to the NFL.
Can I tell you that?
So he went right back to a Gus Malzahn offensive coordinator.
Yeah, Kenny Dillingham. Have you watched his offenses, by the way, over the last 2 years at Florida State? In 2020, 25 points per game, and they were up to 27 points per game, 72nd nationally this year.
Yeah. No, I listen, I was getting to the point that Oregon probably would have been behind Central Florida. Like, if you'd have said, where would you put Oregon there? I was like, well, he'll probably go Gus Malzahn before he goes all the way to Oregon.
But I will tell you, high profile.
It is.
This is a high-profile program.
No doubt.
You know, I guess you pencil him in as your starter right now. Look, and he's an upgrade over what you had in Anthony Brown this year.
Yeah. Now, they do have a 4- or 5-star recruit, depending on what service you're looking at out there, and a kid that did not play very well. But that being said, Bo, I would imagine, did some homework with Dillingham and Dan Lanning and things he'll go out there and start. For me, I did not think he would go and stay in the SEC because of what I asked him. You don't leave Auburn with an Auburn degree, with your Auburn family, and go play at Ole Miss. Well, you've got to play Auburn, and you've got to play Alabama, and you've got to play 12 games with SEC officials who you basically called inept at doing their jobs, right?
Or in the tank for Alabama. I mean, even worse than inept, you're basically on the take from the Tide.
So
That's what he said.
If he stayed in the SEC West, there were a lot of people with receipts out there. That's what we say now, receipts. A lot of people kept receipts on Bo Nix, and he was going to get those cashed in all year long. Could you imagine Auburn and Ole Miss playing a football game with Bo Nix at quarterback? Or Auburn and Texas A&M with Bo Nix at quarterback?
I would have loved it. I would have loved the story. Yeah. I mean, I wish it would happen.
I can't even say it. I'm not going to use the sentence. I was going to say it was almost like Tom Brady coming back to New England.
Yeah.
You know, it was just weird seeing that.
You were right not to use that sentence.
Yeah, I'll get that out. You know what's crazy? When you look at Oregon's schedule, and I think Scott Forster brought this up first, they open next year in Mercedes against Georgia. So the storylines, you've got Bo Nix, who's faced Georgia 3 times in his career, Dan Lanning facing what could be the defending national champions.
Could be a defending national championship game there at Mercedes to start the year off. And, you know, Bo's a guy that is an improvement from the guy they had last year. Anthony Brown struggled to throw the football, was more of a running quarterback. Remember, Bo, when he was coming out in 2019, was the #1 dual-threat quarterback recruit in America. And he'll try to get back that. He'll have 2 years of eligibility if he chooses to use both years. The question, though, becomes, does he win the job? I mean, he does have to fight for the job out there.
Well, you know, and I just wonder where Oregon fans are on this. You know, are you excited at all? Because when you look at the history of Oregon quarterbacks, and again, it hasn't been good the last couple of years, but when you go back to the Marcus Mariotas of the world, Dennis Dixon, Joey Harrington's, Dan Fouts, if we're going way back. I mean, they've had great quarterbacks in that program.
They have. I mean, I've got it written down right here. I don't know if we want to do it now or later, but I think if you look at where Bo Nix ranked in the Southeastern Conference versus where he would have ranked in the Pac-12, it's a much better spot for him.
Oh, it is. And I think Brown, one thing I think he was looking for was to be around more talent, right? Playmakers.
Right.
To where he could distribute the ball and maybe somebody makes plays. Well, he better be on the phone to C.J. Verdell and Travis Dye. They've yet to make their decisions on whether they're coming back or not, right? They could portal or they could go to the NFL. Not going to be first-round guys, but
Micah Pittman ain't coming back.
Yeah, Micah Pittman has left, and the reason he left was, listen, I think I'm pretty good, and we don't throw the football. They didn't have a guy who could throw the football. He leaves. I don't know if he knew when he was leaving if Bo was coming. I guess he didn't because he put himself in the portal back in November. He was in the portal back in November, so he was out the door. But also Devin Williams out there, their best receiver. He has a decision to make on whether he's going to go to the NFL or portal out or somewhere else. So he could be leaving one situation and going where the talent of those playmaking positions isn't much different than what he had at Auburn. You do think the offensive line, though, is pretty good at Oregon. So we'll see what Bo does when he gets out there. But here's a guy who started 34 games. So you get a lot of experience, and he's passed for over 7,000 yards in his career. So he brings some experience out to a very different style of football. And if you're Bo Nix, the biggest thing, you get away from those SEC defenses.
No, you do, but
except for game one.
Yeah, it's not
but a lot of times, although Oregon is right there with USC as far as high profile when you're talking about brands in that conference, there's still going to be games that you're buried in the Pac-12 network. And, Bo is so used to be playing on these huge stages, and you're not going to have that. I mean, week 1 against Georgia, then you've got Eastern Washington, BYU, Washington State, Stanford, Arizona, UCLA, Cal, and Colorado. I mean, if I'm Bo, I just don't get excited about that.
And if you watch a lot of Pac-12 football, how many of those stadiums are full for those games?
On this, there won't be one full stadium, not one. There will not be. He will not play in front of a sellout next year.
Not even at Alton? You mean on the road? They'll sell out Alton.
There's some empty seats at Alton for some of those games.
They'll sell out Alton. It's only 60,000. It's not like it's hard to sell that joint out.
Are they going to sell Eastern Washington out at Alton?
Probably.
I'm not going to argue with Brown about it, but I don't think
Stanford, Arizona, those are your own.
Yeah, she'll sell out a conference game.
Maybe.
Well, how many games did they not sell out this year?
He won't play in front of a sellout crowd on the road.
Yep.
Even week 1 against Georgia, I would say.
Oh, that'll be packed.
In Atlanta?
I mean, it'll be a banner game if the way you're talking.
Yeah, if they do.
Georgia
win.
fans will be drunk on the national championship. They'll still be hungover. They'll be at Waffle House.
It's interesting. No USC
Varsity
next year for Oregon.
Early line of the day in the Farm Folio chat room is from Hall & Oates, who says he's going from a place that rolls trees after a win to a place that rolls joints after a win.
Yeah,
that's very true.
I mean, that's 100% true.
Yeah, he also says Bo's going to be saying USC gets all the calls in this league.
Just wait.
Yeah, just wait. USC runs the Pac-12, man. All right, so that's our lead story brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right today, the leader when it comes to mortgages. Refinancing or getting a mortgage right now for your next home, the place to go is Mortgage Right.
Yeah, the holidays are approaching. You might be wondering how you can make some extra money. Well, our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a great solution for you. If your home equity is the size of Santa's waist belt, then Mortgage Right can help you turn that equity into cash into your pocket with a cash out refinance. Reach out today for a free home health check to see if a cash out refi is right for you. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Paul says, didn't Oregon just sign the biggest recruit in program history? It's a 4 or 5 star, 5 or 4 star Ty Thompson, who was shaky at best when he came in last year. And if he couldn't beat out Anthony Brown last year, because down the stretch, Brown was not helping that team win football games. And if you had anybody that could go out there and give you a different arm, a different look, you would have put him out there. And every time he was in the game, shaky.
What's the mentality though if you're Dan Lanning coming into this job? Do you want a guy that's got the experience, or do you want to play the new guy that's got the potential? I mean, the expectation for Dan Lanning is not going to be win a Pac-12 championship year 1.
Well, that's what they're asking in the Farm Folio chat room. Pull up their schedule. You do the early prediction on wins and losses for them.
Okay, so they're going to lose to Georgia.
Way too early, obviously.
Yeah, they beat Eastern Washington. BYU is BYU, man. I mean, that's a tough game, but it's in Autzen, so they'll be favored.
Just real quick, the Georgia game's at Mercedes, right? It's a neutral site game. Okay, go ahead.
What? Yeah, it's a neutral site game.
So I'll give them a
no,
win
no,
because
it's
it's
not
in
neutral. I
Austin.
just make sure it wasn't in Athens.
No, it's
though.
not Athens.
Yeah, but it's not a neutral site. No, it's a Georgia home game. I just didn't think.
I mean, Oregon travels well for a Pac-12 school. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
they'll
no.
be.
I was not taking a shot at the SEC. I was just making sure the game was in Atlanta.
This can't be their full schedule, though.
Why? Well, they probably don't have their dates yet for the conference
I got
games.
it.
They just
I got it. It just it only fed till November 5th. I've got them 8-1 though up until then.
Ooh.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think they lose to Georgia. They'll beat Eastern Washington. I'll give them the win against BYU at home. At Washington State, tricky game, but probably win. They'll beat Stanford at home. On the road against Arizona, they'll win that game. UCLA at home, tricky game. I'll lean. They beat UCLA at Cal, tricky game. They win that game. At Colorado, they win. Washington at home, they're going to be favored. Utah at home, they're going to be favored. I mean, this could be a 10 or 11
I
win
know
team
he's
next
going to have
year.
a better record there than he had this year at Auburn.
Yeah,
There you
no
go.
doubt.
Bo Nix in the playoff conversation. We'll get back to that and open up your thoughts in the Farmfolio chat room or on the Pepsi hotline, 205-734-9... Start over.
Go on, Jim.
205-734-0923, 734-0923 for the Pepsi hotline. And over in the Farmfolio chat room, something you guys reacted to all weekend long, Jay says, just didn't want to give ESPN, Disney, Google more money. In the conversation, boy, everybody went crazy over the weekend. Friday, wasn't it? Wasn't it Friday when all of a sudden YouTube TVers didn't have ESPN?
Rockstar, are you YouTube?
I am. It went out at about like 11:50 on Friday night.
All right, but I'll give them
So
credit.
Rocky he did this, Brown. He went to the bullpen to Tommy Firestick.
Tommy Firestick? Is that you're a Tommy
Firestick.
Are you a Tommy Firestick family now, Rockstar?
I am. Well, the thing is, that the issue was that it wasn't just that it was ABC and National Geographic and I think all the Disney channels, which really upsets me.
Which includes ESPN.
But the good thing was they were taking $15 off the bill.
Well, that's
And
what I
I
was
was like, I
gonna
don't think
say.
I could struggle that much.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I will credit YouTube TV because when DirecTV does this, I have to call them and negotiate something. Apparently, YouTube TV, because a friend of mine was telling me, he was at my house. We had a Christmas party at my house Saturday night, and a friend of mine was there and said that the way he found out about it was he woke up to an email from YouTube saying you've received a $15 credit. And as he pointed out, the ESPN, like to get everything on ESPN is like $750 a month. So I lost ESPN, but I'll gain $750. I just got to go subscribe if they don't ever resolve
But it was
this.
also pointed out that Hulu is owned by Disney.
Yes.
And so Hulu has got the accessibility to all these channels.
That's right.
So there's a good chance that none of this has ever come back to YouTube.
No, it's already back.
It was back.
it is.
Yeah,
It came
they
back.
resolved it within a day.
Yeah, I came back yesterday. But the thing was, I mean, I went to Reddit. There's a thread about the story, and 90% of people, or 80% of people on that thread were saying, like, screw this, I'm done with YouTube TV. Hello, Hulu Live. And everybody's like, dude, that's what they're wanting you to do. It's Disney.
Exactly. Disney wants you to go to Hulu.
And this is not YouTube.
It's amazing how many people went, because the guy that told me that on Saturday night, he immediately switched over to Hulu.
But see, these negotiations happen. You see it with our local TV channel, CBS 42. If you don't call DirecTV today, you may not get SEC football this year. It's always negotiating on how much they have to pay for the program.
And if you go to Hulu, it might not be ESPN you're threatened to lose, but it's going to be NBC or you know Peacock or what, I don't know.
Yeah.
They're all crazy. But you're going to fight this everywhere you go.
Yeah. Everywhere you go.
Everywhere you go, you're going to fight this.
It cycles around.
Yeah.
So stay calm, as Aaron Rodgers would say. All right, that's some of the stuff in the Farmfolio chat room here in the first segment, brought to you by the great folks Brownie at Farmfolio.
If you're worried about market volatility or inflation, let Farmfolio show you how your investment can turn into cash-flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net.
Darren in the Farmfolio chat room says you guys are the show that chased Bo Nix out of the state and out of the SEC.
You're welcome.
I don't think we did that. I mean, really, if we had to grade how nice we were to Bo Nix over the course of our year, I thought we were very nice.
I thought it went really well.
I did too. Very professional. I thought Bo was fantastic.
Yeah, no, I thought we had a good relationship with Bo. I mean, we asked him, he even said it a couple times. We asked him tough questions. That's literally our job. And I thought he answered them as honestly and professionally as possible.
Yes, better than any coach would have ever done.
Yes, I mean, he did not give us coach
I
speak.
am shocked. He just seems like, he's a big family kid and loves Auburn so much. He went to the furthest point. Like, I don't know geographically if we did miles to the next biggest Power 5 school.
Washington, I think,
could
would
have
be
gone
it.
to Seattle. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, that'd be about the furthest away you could go is Washington.
Yep. Harder flight to get to Eugene, though.
Oh, yeah.
He had
For the
degree of
Knicks family,
difficulty. If you measure
And you
degree
know
of
what?
difficulty.
You wonder, I would assume he's never even visited.
Well, he had to visit before he decided to go there.
I don't
I don't know.
You don't think he flew to Eugene just to scope the joint out?
Well, I mean, he's been going through rehab and stuff.
I mean, he's engaged, so he's not going to go check out the ladies.
Well, no,
right?
but
I'm going to go check out the ladies.
I mean,
look at her.
I mean, Nike, the facilities are good. They're talked about all the time.
So you literally think
I think it's 50-50.
He's going to go to Oregon without ever setting toe on that campus?
50-50.
I think y'all are crazy.
Okay.
Hey, people pick their honeymoons without ever going there, right?
Do you think Brian Harsin?
That's for a week.
Do you think Brian Harsin
It's only
set foot
2
on the
seasons,
Brian
Brown.
Harsin didn't set foot on the Auburn campus before he took the Auburn
How about
job?
this mail order bride? You don't think somebody out there that's listening or watching has had a mail order
Now,
bride before?
you do make a. I would like that poll question. If any of our followers have a mail order bride,
or have known of somebody,
that had a mail order,
Throw it
bride.
out now.
We will. You're right, though. Didn't Harsin say that he never set foot in Auburn?
Yeah, absolutely. That happens all the time.
It doesn't happen all
Do
the
you
time.
think
That's
Brian
your
Kelly-
favorite thing to do is you find one example of something and say it happens all the time.
Brian Kelly, you think Brian Kelly ever was on
Yes.
1 foot? No, he's even said in his news conference, this is our first time in the state of Louisiana.
There's no way that's true.
That is
Yeah,
true.
it was
He said
true.
that.
How can you go? You're Brian Kelly.
Why don't you
He'd
text
never
your
even been-
guy and just ask him if Bo visited
Okay, I
Oregon
will.
before?
All right. Real quick, you don't think Brian Kelly? That's an indictment on him if he never came to Louisiana to recruit a player.
Yeah, never been. He said, "I've never been to the state of. My wife and I have never been to the state of Louisiana. Not
Until
even New
that
Orleans
day.
until that day." Yes. And
So let
now
me
they got
give you-
recruits out of Louisiana. They had some good recruits in Notre Dame.
Well,
He
how
just
did he
never
get
came.
them?
Brown, have you ever been to New York City?
Well, no.
Okay, well, here was my question.
Yeah.
If ESPN Radio 10 years ago would have offered you $1 million a year,
But you gotta say it now. You can't come up here and visit.
Yes.
yeah, I'm just saying there are people that take jobs that have never been to those places before. This is a job for Bo Nix, or at least a job interview for the NFL. At least that's the way he framed it for
I
us.
will 100%. I'm going to text his agent right now, who I'm very good friends with, and ask him if they ever visited.
So you think he has? I don't think he's ever been there.
Yeah. I don't think he has either. I mean, you had a choice between this school, and Oregon. He was like, "I'll take Oregon."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
visit?
with
No.
sight unseen, I think I would like to live in Oregon for a couple of years.
I mean, all these jobs were filling up. The portal, the quarterbacks were moving so fast. I mean, I wouldn't take time to visit. I'd be afraid I'd be left out. Give me the job. Yes, I'll take the Oregon one. Do you need to come visit? No. Give me that. Don't take another portal guy.
Well, here's my question, though, because his dad is at every game. Pat is. And often Central Phoenix City has played the night before, and then he's in Baton Rouge for an 11 o'clock kick. I mean, I've always respected the fact that he's able to do that. You can't do that at Oregon, can you?
If you got Phil Knight's jet, you can.
It'd be interesting.
Yeah. All right. 17 after. For opening segment here, Brown's going to text people he knows and also throw out a Cowan Equipment poll question. But in the first segment here, before we get to best and worst of the weekend, UAB football, man. And I don't know why, and I'd love this to be another poll question. They've won 2 conference championship games, 2 of them. But Saturday feels almost bigger than those 2 conference championship games. I don't know why.
Because it's the highest ranked opponent they've ever beaten.
Okay, so they beat the highest ranked opponent they ever beaten in BYU, 13th ranked in the country. So that is a fact. It's their 4th ranked win ever.
And the first one in 10 years, by the way.
But 2 Conference USA championship games they won. But really, everyone seems to think that was the biggest win in UAB football history.
I don't think I would say that, no. It's the highest ranked team they've ever beaten, but that first conference championship, after everything UAB had been through, that was the culmination of the build back, the rebuild, whatever they want to call
But I
it.
think that was important for the program and for the community.
Yeah.
But as far as national spotlight, what they got on Saturday's standstill game,
I disagree.
ABC against that BYU team, I think it was a big moment.
That was a massive story, guys. You got to think back on that. I mean, the way the national media reacted to how has UAB done this?
It was, but it was lost on a championship Saturday when people were watching the SEC championship, the Big Ten championship. All of that was going on the same exact time.
How many people y'all think were watching this game? I don't think this was a very highly watched game.
I think it was the most watched game over the weekend, other than the LA Bowl. It'll be second after the LA Bowl for college football, not the NFL, obviously, and not
the
Charlie
NFL
and not Charlie and Tiger, but
yeah. Oh, it'll
or,
be sure.
or
Does
the
it
fighting, or the
always
fighting
look,
dailies.
Does it always look miserable in Shreveport?
It really does. And I don't know if you guys were watching when they first came on. Like the Celebration Bowl ran long, right? Deion getting drubbed by
the most predictable thing ever is that the
Yes,
celebration.
there was no doubt,
They cannot put enough time in for the bands.
I know.
I mean,
thought
the band shows are the best.
I thought you said the most predictable thing ever was Deion getting drubbed after his recruiting victory lap. Anyway,
really, no way it should have lost that game.
Yeah, they lost by 21. It ran long, and the first thing they do is like 9 minutes to go in the first quarter. The first thing is the end zone shot, and it's the end zone where the wind is blowing towards. So you can't even see anything. Like the camera is just covered in rain. And I'm like, well, welcome to Shreveport.
Well, and I had UAB plus the points, but I was nervous because Dylan Hopkins, you never know what you're going to get. And he goes out in those conditions and sets an Independence Bowl record for completion percentage.
Yeah, ball doesn't touch the ground barrier.
It was amazing. The one interception was off a UAB player's hands.
Yeah, he was 11 for 11 before I got out of the car and went into the UAB game, the basketball game.
Shropshire had the game-winning touchdown. Did you guys realize he was the only player in that game from the state of Louisiana?
Really?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, both rosters.
Doesn't really surprise me that much with BYU, but with UAB, I'm surprised they don't have more Louisiana guys.
Yeah, but a huge win for UAB. You can make that part of your best and worst of the weekend as we get going today. And also, we'll take your New Life art pictures, as always, on a Monday. What'd you do this weekend? It was Christmas party weekend for us. We had a Christmas banquet last night, all of us with the next round. We had Christmas parties. I was over at LT's on Saturday night. My birthday on Friday. We had out on the town. Thanks to the folks at East West for squeezing us in there. Great restaurant downtown. We just it was a fun weekend. We'd love to see the pictures from you guys. If you were at the basketball games or any of the football action, if you were in Shreveport or the BJCC Coleman Coliseum on the Alabama win, if you went with Auburn out for their big win over St. Louis, whatever you're up to, hit us up. Drop us a picture.
I can't believe it's Christmas week, man.
Oh, it's crazy.
Next round live for the pictures. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yes, New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call for more information, 1-800-735-2787, or you can go online, danielmooreart.com.
All right, best and worst of the weekend when we come back on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Anytime you use the phrase world famous, it means something. Gus's Fried Chicken is in fact world famous. It's been featured in GQ, Forbes, The Washington Post, on the Food Network, and the Travel Channel. And Gus's recipe has been around since 1953. It's routinely ranked the top spot for the best fried chicken in multiple U.S. publications. Visit 2201 2nd Avenue South or online GusFriedChicken.com. Gus's is a great catering option for office and holiday parties, and they even cook on site. Get the family meal on the drive home at 2201 2nd Avenue South or visit online GusFriedChicken.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Next Round and Academy Sports and Outdoors are teaming up to give away shopping sprees to families of those in the military who were killed or disabled in the line of duty. Folds of Honor is a charity organization that gives scholarships to the children of those heroic men and women. To donate, go to foldsofhonor.org.
It's nonstop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play over 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Birmingham Racecourse Casino 7 days of giveaways is going on right now. We're giving away $100,000. That's right, $100,000 will be given away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Pepsi Hotline. We'll get to JD and Huntsville after LT tells us about the great folks at Hemp Hill every Monday on the show, even when it's not football season, throughout the year, even in July when you'll come on and you say, the best part of the weekend was this NASCAR race or this golf tournament, or did you see the shot in soccer? We do best and worst year-round. It's a little easier during football season. It's brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. Recently experienced that just a couple of months ago. First thing I did was call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right, fix it the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. It is Hemp Hill Services. Call now. 205-229-2090.
I'm new at this 4 downs or 3 and out question doing. So the one I threw out Friday that I thought you guys thought was really sketchy was
the first one,
the most baskets or the points.
Very confusing.
Yeah. Well, it ends up 47 made baskets in the basketball game, 59 points in the football game. So football would have been the correct answer in that one. So,
by the way,
it'd be pretty close.
Programming on the fly. Do you want to each do a day of the week? That's what Rocky suggested.
Oh, absolutely. I'd do that.
I'm going to forget my day. Somebody's got to remind me.
Well, if it's the same day every week.
Yeah, I'm still going to forget it.
Which day do you want? You want Tuesdays?
I'm going to forget it. I'll take any day, but I'm going to forget it. And if somebody's like during the show, 3 and out coming up, that's when I'm going to remember it.
Okay.
I'll take Mondays.
You'll take Mondays? Do you have one today?
I can come up with one today.
Oh, I got one.
Okay, well, if you've already got one, then I'll do next Monday.
Okay, you'll start next Monday.
Yeah.
Lunsford, what day do you want? Tuesdays? Tuesdays?
He said he doesn't care.
Okay, Tuesdays. Very good. Rockstar has Thursday, so I'll take Wednesdays.
So Brown's Friday.
I'd really rather not have a day. I mean, I'm just being honest as I can. But if I need to do Fridays, I'll do Fridays. But be prepared for me to forget.
Let's hit these phones. Let's go JD in Huntsville up first. Big JD, what's up, man?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Listen, I don't know what your holiday schedule is. I hope that we hear a lot of you guys. I know that means you have to work during the holidays, but I hope we do because it's a great show.
You're going to miss one day.
Yeah, I can tell you exactly what it is. Here we go. So we're live, normal shows, all the way Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We're all off Friday on Christmas Eve. Then back on Monday, live from Dallas. So we'll be in Dallas Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, not only with shows all week long, but with specialty shows at night, somewhere, depending on what's happening every day, between 5 and 7 live every night from Dallas.
Good deal.
Yep.
That's
So a lot of us. Bonus shows even.
All right, let me ask you a question. If, and I know the answer to this, but if Auburn had offered Patrick Nix the OC, is there any way Bo leaves?
No, zero chance.
He would have jumped at that in a heartbeat.
JD, I think the interesting question there is if Kenny Dillingham, who is in the mix, had gotten the job as the OC, would Bo have stayed? That would be an interesting question as well.
Well, what I think, and I'm just throwing this out there, is I think as soon as Bobo was fired, or they knew, because trust me, they know what's going to happen before it happens, and they made inquiries about it and basically told, no, we're not going in that direction. Bo said, I'm out. And I don't look for his brother to go to Auburn either. I know that's a legacy and all that, but I think the Nix family has kind of cut ties altogether. And I think that ship has sailed as far as their family and the influence that they have at Auburn. What do y'all think?
I mean, it is complicated. It's not as if, it's not as if Patrick Nix is a guy they bring back in honor on campus all the time anyway. He wasn't on a national championship team. I don't even know. I don't guess he was on a conference championship team, right? So he's not a Cam Newton. He's not a Bo Jackson. He's not a late Pat Sullivan. He's not a Terry Beasley or somebody like that anytime they're there, you show them on the big screen and they wave their hand and the crowd cheers. So that's not who Pat Nix was for Auburn.
Two of the more iconic passes to Frank Sanders in Auburn history. Some great calls. But you're right. During the probation time there, missed out on some championship opportunities.
I mean that said, I don't think he'll be. I also don't think he'll be persona non grata, where don't ever show your face in Jordan hair again. I mean, I don't think that's the way Auburn fans would treat Pat Nix.
Why do you think they didn't? I mean, to me, that would have been a perfect fit to bring in Patrick Nix. He's had so much success with coaching his son for 2 years. He seemed like that would be a good fit. Is that just something Brian Harsin said no? In fact, I'll be honest. I don't think that Brian Harsin really tried to talk Bo out of leaving that hard. I think he was kind of ready to move on. It was a mutual thing after that, and they just said, "Hey." And but if it had been me, I would have at least said, Patrick Nix, tell me your plan here. If we were to offer you this, what could you do?
Yeah, but I'll go back to the question JD I asked when people are looking for head coaches. If Bo Nix were not your quarterback, would you hire Pat Nix as your offensive coordinator? And that answer is no. So why would you hire him just because his son's the quarterback?
Because they have the chemistry. They have so much success. You could possibly get his younger son, Caleb. He's a good quarterback at Central. I don't know. I mean, they don't. Well, I don't know what they got coming in next year. Who knows what the portal holds for anybody? But if it were me, I would have tried to keep him, and the way to keep him was to get Patrick Nix to come in there as OC.
Well, in my opinion,
thank you, JD.
I think Brian Harsin was ready for a new quarterback.
I agree with that, and JD said that too, Lance. But
I think Brian Harsin would have sat Bo Nix down and said, "Look, man, I need you back next year.
But we
can do special things together." I think he was ready to move on.
But if I'm Brian Harsin, I've got to make a decision on an offensive coordinator that sets me up for success for 5 or 10 years, not for only while Bo Nix is my quarterback.
Yeah, and I think Bobo was hired because of the familiarity with the SEC. I mean, Brian Harsin was stepping into new territory. The reason you get
success
Bobo,
for 5 or 10 years, not for only
you
while.
End up doing with Bobo what Nick Saban did with Major Applewhite. You hire him, you get there the first year, and you're like, this isn't exactly.
That's not the fit. Yep.
It's not a good fit for me. I'm an offensive guy. I want to call plays. We're going to part ways.
But
Brian's going to call plays.
That's the key right there. Do you really want to be calling plays when the quarterback's dad is the offensive coordinator? Does that seem like a healthy situation?
It doesn't. But again, Patrick Nix has been an offensive coordinator. This isn't just a high school coach. He's been an offensive coordinator at Power 5 schools. Looking back, how did that go?
Not great. You hit on it. He's a high school head coach now.
Yeah.
So it didn't go great, or he'd still be doing it.
If you're the OC, what was it, Georgia Tech?
It was Georgia Tech.
Miami.
He was at Miami for a minute, then he was head coach at Henderson State. He was at Jacksonville State for a little bit. He'd been all around.
But if you're the OC at Georgia Tech and you're killing it, you move from there to being a head coach in college.
That's right. I mean, he would be a head coach by now because that was back in the early 2000s.
Yeah. So I just, and maybe that was too young. Maybe he's different now. I just, he's a really good high school coach. And that can turn into being a good college coach. I just don't think if you're Brian Harsin, after 1 year, being in a new place, new region in the country, with a SEC coordinator, he just like, man, I'm going to like doing this better if I'm calling the plays.
Yeah, Lunsford is our high school expert. Lunsford, is Caleb viewed as good as Bo?
Has he got stars yet?
No, we got a hard no on that.
Well, and he doesn't have the size either, does he?
Yeah,
I think he's listed at 6 feet, but I don't think he's 6 feet.
I don't think Caleb is. So when people start talking about, you might get the younger Nix, I'm not even sure that's the guy you want.
Bo was the #1 dual threat recruit in America in 2019. He was a legit 5-star guy, and Caleb is not that, at least not yet. Still more high school to play. Eric is in Eugene, Oregon. Eric, welcome to the Bo Nix experience.
What's up, fellas? This is a Calhoun County boy out in Eugene, Oregon. So
you and Bo are going to talk alike.
Where did you grow up in Calhoun County?
The best school in Calhoun County, Austin High School.
Sachs High School?
No.
Yeah, you're an Oxford Yellow Jacket.
So how is Eugene, though? The only thing I know about the campus is what we see on a college football Saturday or from the movie Animal House.
Yeah, they tore down the Animal House, ironically enough. But I love it out here. I mean, y'all can probably tell I still got my accent. I mean, I'm a true Alabama boy, but no, I mean, I love it. Like, New Year's Eve we'll be at Mount Hood, snow skiing. So, Eugene is as close to an SEC school football experience as I think you could be. I mean, I don't know, hard sell out, all those terms, but like the stadium is always full on game day, and it's a fun game day. The tailgating's nowhere near the same, but the duck riding the motorcycle out before the game. They play shout in the fourth quarter. It's fun. Like my youngest son loves going, so we have season tickets and we enjoy the experience. It's not the SEC. There's not 50,000 people tailgating outside during the game, while the game's going on, for sure. But we love it. We love the town. The people are cool. Everybody always thinks I'm from Texas when I start talking. So, it's a football. It's a football crazy town for the West Coast. I mean, they talk about it. The local sports show in the afternoon, we'll talk about it, kind of year round, and talks about recruits and all those types of things. So
you grew up in Calhoun County, though, and so are you an Alabama or an Auburn fan?
So Alabama fan, I am.
You don't have to be ashamed. He says it like he's ashamed.
Hi, Eric.
Hi, Eric. Welcome back.
So you're an Alabama fan. You're out in Oregon.
There are 10 steps.
You cheer for the Ducks. How do you feel about Bo Nix coming out there?
Well, it's funny. Some of his family actually reached out to my wife yesterday. She taught with him back in Alabama. We lived up where he originally played football at, before he transferred down to Birmingham. So some of his family actually reached out yesterday. We were at a kid's birthday party. My wife's into the text was like, I think Bo Nix is coming out here, and I was like, oh man,
Well, do you know if
they
did they actually visit? Did he visit? That was the conversation we were having earlier.
Yeah, I don't know that. She this particular person texted my wife probably an hour before he put it on social media or so. So yeah, I don't know that. Beyond that, I don't know if he came out and visited or not. But
what's the buzz like out there, though? I mean, have you talked to Oregon fans? Are they excited about Bo Nix?
Oh yeah, all my guys at work were blowing me up right after it posted. So they're excited. Their memory of Bo Nix is the big touchdown pass there 2 years ago. So Anthony Brown was just so inept at throwing the ball. I know like his completion percentage and Bo's are within a pretty close delta. They're pretty close together, but he was just like watching him in person. There were so many times there's guys just wide open, and he's throwing it a foot behind them or a foot over their head. So they're excited just because their memory of Bo Nix is crushing their heart a couple years ago. So I got probably, 6 or 7 guys from work that blew me up yesterday, and they're all pretty excited about it. They have it'd be a redshirt freshman that was like a 5-star, the biggest recruit they've ever got. Looks great. Like, I see him on the sidelines, big, huge kid. But I don't know, the fact that he didn't beat out, Anthony Brown this entire year, tells us something. I think that he might not be as good as he's hyped. But I would say that just from and a small sample size, but from the guys I've talked to, they're excited about it.
Yeah, that's great information, Eric. Thank you so much, and keep.
I love you guys, man. Y'all
you.
make me. I listen to you every day. All the guys at my work laugh when they come in. They're like, "You're listening to those rednecks talk about football, aren't you?" Absolutely. That's my people, man.
Accurate. Hey, you tell them to come down here and say that to our face.
That's
man.
right. That's right. Yeah, let them visit Sachs High School and see what they think that is. Hey, you'll love this, Eric. I was talking to a guy. He's from Huntsville at my house this weekend, and he asked me where I went to school, and I said Sachs, and he goes, "Could you spell that, please?"
Yeah.
S-A-K-S, not what it sounds like.
Hey, give us some of their names. We'll shout them out right now. You can pull down the clip on YouTube and tell them. We'll call them out right now. What are some of their names?
Oh yeah, Denton Brown and Taylor Travis, who played baseball at the U of O, is one of my guys. Tanner Cantwell played baseball. I hire guys that play baseball at the U of O for some reason. That's like the running joke at the office.
Well, I'll tell you what,
there's 3.
We'll go broad brush too. Tell them to roll them tight, you damn hippies.
Yeah.
Now, Bo will have no shortage of being able to do that if he wants out here. I promise you that.
There's somebody in the Farmfolio chat room said mushrooms are now legal in Oregon. I cannot imagine the Bo Nix experience.
Hell,
on
I think
shrooms.
everything isn't heroin legal up there
all
now?
legal in Oregon. Yes,
everything's
legal.
Yeah,
they cannot arrest you for personal amounts. So you can literally have anything.
Wow.
And you can't be arrested for it. Yeah,
bunch of hippies.
All right, Eric. Here we go. Hey, Denton, Taylor, and Tanner. I mean, what the hell? You guys members of a country club too? Come down here and tell that to our face. We'll show you what rednecks really like when it comes to football.
You guys
wow,
are
that's intimidating.
Thank you, Eric.
We probably should
That
have
was like Harry Callahan.
Hey.
We probably should have let Lance do that.
You little whippersnappers.
You know who Dunaway was? Do you remember when George McFly gets threatened by Biff at the school? Hey,
get your damn hands off her.
Your hands off her.
Yeah, but what happens though? He ends up decking him though.
That's right.
He ends up decking him. Part of our show today.
That was a Jake Paul right he threw, wasn't it?
Man, that was a hit.
I told you guys months ago, I don't like the guy, but he's got heavy hands. And the guy's got the ability to knock anyone out.
But don't you agree, before Rockstar tells us about his guy, don't you agree that the knockout where arms go down and you fall forward is more impressive than anything when you fall back?
Your lights are turned out when you fall forward.
Arms limp and you falling forward like a tree. That's the ultimate knockout.
And it's amazing, these people that are lining up that want to fight Jake Paul. And apparently, they don't mind getting embarrassed. They just want the money. Because my ass wouldn't get in the ring with him.
Yeah, he's not afraid to hit you and knock that guy out. See the video up there. Rockstar, tell us about your guy as we get ready for the holidays.
My guy is Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Adam is a third-generation realtor who was born and raised in Birmingham, so you know he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you, why rent when you can buy? Thinking of selling your house in the spring? You need to act now because January is one of the busiest months when it comes to listing homes. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Jason Dunaway's threat was like Nathan Lane playing The Godfather.
I don't even understand any of that.
Have you ever seen The Birdcage?
I have seen
it. He's the feminine one.
Yeah, imagine he'll be the Godfather.
All right. Here we go. Much more of the best and worst of the weekend. Our guest list includes Joel Klatt, who's with us at the top of the hour. He knows the Pac-12. He loves the Pac-12. We'll talk to him about Bo and everything else going on in college football. As we head to break here, remember, basketball tomorrow night at the BJCC for Alabama and Davidson now. We're going to the game. You can too. We've got a pair of tickets we're going to give away sometime today on the show. So stay tuned on the next round. We'll send you to the Bama-Davidson game thanks to our friends right here on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Why is Culver such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day, oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following tips. Water your tree daily. Use candles with care and caution. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. Consider smart technology to protect your home. And for more information, always check out her website, hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you. So it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
Being a boot fanatic, I have found the perfect place to shop for the greatest selection of boots with brands like Lucchese, Ariat, Dan Post, Twisted X, Justin, and more. Hey, Tom Luganbill here, telling you Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear in Coleman is the place to go. Western boots, fashion boots, and work boots. Jack's has them all. Plus, a great selection of apparel and boots for the entire family. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear is a one-stop shop for all your holiday gift-giving needs. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, I-65, exit 304. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's on Facebook and Instagram.
Ran into a guy at court today. He used to be an inmate here in Shelby County. He'd been arrested for DUI, battling addiction, and his girlfriend was ready to bail with their kid. And while he was in, we talked every day. I tried to help him see it wasn't too late to turn it around. That was 8 months ago. Today I found out he was in treatment, clean, and just had his first parent-teacher conference at his kid's school. He was thanking me for believing in him, even when he didn't believe in himself. I don't know what you did at work today, but me, I got to be a part of changing someone's life. Yes, sir. I got to be a part of that.
If a flexible work schedule, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $40,000 plus a year to start sounds good, then maybe you should think about a career as a jail deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change the world. Look us up at Indeed.com or on Insta.
sweater day tomorrow on the show. You got one, Brown?
No, I got to go buy a tacky sweater. Where does one find a tacky sweater?
I won't name any of the names, but I'll give you a place. I'm going to go buy one too. I'm buying one for Rockstar as well.
I don't own a sweater, much less a tacky sweater.
I own 2 sweaters, I think.
It never gets cold enough in Alabama for me to wear a sweater.
If Maggie's watching right now, she would say that I have 3 or 4. I do not have to go buy one. She will pull one that she thinks tacky enough out, but I want to go extreme.
A hoodie is warmer than a sweater.
Yes.
Yeah. You wear hoodies?
Very rarely. No, a hoodie's not warmer than a sweater. A sweater's all knitty, and you got to wear something.
Depends on
under.
what kind of
God.
sweater.
Oh, so scratchy.
The hot ones. I hate a sweater.
You're thinking of the grandma sweaters, the one they used to make for you.
What are you doing? Making a sweater?
Your grandma didn't make sweaters. She dipped.
She dipped while making sweaters. That's how the patterns come.
But by and large, if you wear a sweater,
Actually, she made all your clothes, right?
If you wear a sweater, you got to wear a shirt under it.
Yeah, you have to.
And that ain't working.
Oh yeah,
for
you
me.
don't wear shirts under things.
I don't like to.
Well,
Today though,
I got a shirt under this thick outerwear.
I know that you look miserable too. Are you hot?
I'm not hot.
God, I'd be roasting in that. You know how bad I'd be sweating in that?
Yeah, I hate to think about it.
Yeah.
Hey,
Brown's eyeballing you today, man.
Well, he looks miserable. He's got on 2 shirts.
Part of our
full shirts.
Part of our show. Well, I never know what the
I've
temperature.
got 3 layers on.
I never know what the temperature is going to
I'm
be in
always
the
cold, though.
studio.
Y'all got snow on the tree behind you.
Lance looks like we're in Barrow, Alaska.
So I come in on the studio, and if I've got this on because it's 30 outside.
Yeah, by the way, it's 35 outside, bro.
Yeah, and then I could get in here, and it could be 35 in here. It could be 85 in here. So I got to have something to peel off into. I think
it is an adventure. It's like this. It's a desert or studio.
And I think Reed is tired of giving me next round T-shirts. Like every day, I have to strip off what I'm wearing and put on a next round T-shirt. I own the whole wardrobe.
Good for the commercials.
All right, here we go. Part of the show being brought to you by Cowan Equipment. We got a poll question that's out right now involving something Brown will tell you about. Tell us about Cowan.
Yeah, Dunaway. Our friends at Cowan, they're proud to partner with the Next Round on this new venture that we started back in August. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit them. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how they can be your heavy equipment solution from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, Cowan.com.
Have you married a mail order bride, or do you know someone that has? I'm not sure if I believe this. 76% say no, 24% say yes. That is a lot of people in our audience that have married a mail order bride or know somebody that has. However, Aaron, who listens to us and is a attorney, says, I've represented multiple folks who've divorced mail order brides.
Wow.
How does it work? I mean, you literally just order a bride through the mail. They show up. You've never seen them before?
You know what? Now that we start talking about this, I know somebody that has married a mail order bride.
There was a documentary that was so uncomfortable.
Do we know them?
No.
It was from Ukraine, where you go and you have to buy vacation time. You take vacation time, you go on a bus, and you meet possible suitors. And you meet these girls, and you try to strike up conversation. Well, I've really had some stuff with Natasha. She seemed like, and you try to court her, and then finally, like, they'll date you. But they obviously want to come to America, and you say, like, if I get you a visa and all that, will you come with me and marry me? Sure.
Yeah,
I'm not going to stay with you.
Brian said he worked with a guy who told him about his Asian wife. I asked how they met, and he point blank said he found her on the internet. He was mid-50s, she was 30. They got a 5-year-old together now.
Wow. Love, man. Brett is in New Mexico with us. Brett, how you doing, man?
Man, I'm doing, if I was doing any better, I'd have to be 2 of me.
Dangerous.
Man, I'm going to tell you, that next round hoodie kept me warm this weekend because it was cold in Denver all weekend.
Yep. So you're out moving around out in Denver, huh?
Well, I was. I'm in Nashville now, headed down to Chattanooga. Then I'll be in Birmingham later today and then home tomorrow.
Oh, good for you. Get to be home for the holidays.
Yes, sir.
All right. What's on your mind this morning?
Well, I've been on hold since Friday. I was listening. I listened to some other programs in the afternoon, and the topic that those guys were talking about, and I wanted to get you guys' opinion, was their thought was we're so far past with this COVID stuff of canceling or postponing or moving games that, you know, the general consensus that they had was it's here to stay. It's like the flu. Okay. If you're asymptomatic, you test positive, but you don't have any symptoms, then go play.
Well, that's what the NFL decided, yes.
Yeah, finally, when the NFL realized, oh, crap, we're about to have to start moving and canceling games, they started doing the sensible thing, which is that.
Right. Well, I think it ought to be everywhere. And then they were talking about, well, how's college football, yada, yada, yada. And, and they're like, well, everybody's got the shot or they've tested. They don't have to test. So, hey, guys, if you don't feel good, stay home. If you don't, whatever. And I just, was wanting to see what you guys thought about that. My best of the weekend was the big UAB win. And the worst of the weekend was my generator not running all weekend to keep me warm, so I had to put my hoodie on and crank my truck up a notch.
Wow.
Thank you, Brett.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Lose that generator on the road, you get cold when you're sleeping on the side of the road.
I do think everybody is operating that way. The NFL wasn't for some reason. The NBA wasn't. And the NFL finally realized this doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
But, Brown, we lost conference games over the weekend. Right here. St. John beat Seton Hall in a conference game this weekend by forfeit. Creighton beat DePaul over the weekend by forfeit.
Yeah, I don't get why this has impacted college football zero, but it's killing college basketball right now. Yeah. How are they not operating the same way?
Well, I saw you retweet Frank Martin, head coach for South Carolina, and he made a lot of sense when he said, I don't know if I'm making sense, but I want to share my piece. I don't know if we could play that.
He's double vaxxed and boosted, and he goes, and I can still test positive, but I don't feel anything. So why test me?
Why am I getting tested? Right. Like, there's no way we can make it through a college basketball season if this is going to be the protocol.
I'll tell you what happened with the NFL was the NFL came up with their policy as kind of virtue signaling. Look, hey, we've got the strongest policy possible, thinking it was not going to burn them this year. And now that policy's burning them, and they've changed policy.
Yeah, which is really smart. But we do have a 4 o'clock afternoon game today that'll have Spain Park's Nick Mullins starting for the Browns because both of their quarterbacks are out against the Raiders in a monumental game for both teams' playoff races. We'll talk more about that game coming up. Part of our show today being brought to you by Precision Sports. They bring you the injury update. No Baker Mayfield. No, is it Holcomb still the backup there? Or was that
Kelly Holcomb?
Is that like 20 years ago?
That was when Butch Davis was coaching.
Kelly Holcomb might be 50 by now.
QB2's not there either. Nick Mullins is off the practice squad. He's starting today.
Cal Laletta, I think, is their backup. They signed him off their – he was with the practice squad before the season. Yeah. I think he might have been selling insurance.
Yeah, well, Nick Mullins is starting today.
But I think Cal Laletta is actually backing him up, so good luck with that. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they may be able to reduce or end the pain from your old sports or weekend warrior injuries. Call 855-219-6200, or you can visit them online today. Go to precisionsportsortho.com.
College football conversation with Joel Klatt. That is coming up next on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today.
Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
You know, if you're not buying your girl flowers, someone else is. At Blakely's Bouquets, they craft both traditional and contemporary bouquets. They really go above and beyond with their unique and custom designs and provide customers with an intimate experience and help you get something special to your lady today with same-day delivery. Don't let someone else get your girl. Call Blakely's Bouquets to get something special delivered to her today. Order online at blakeleysbouquets.com. Call 205-579-4900 or in person at the full-service flower shop on Oxmoor Road.
I cannot imagine a better gift for the new year than your life back. That's what Way to Wellness did for me. They helped me lose 45 pounds. They can help you too. Just go to their website, aplanforme.com, to get details. No cookie cutter plans. Everything is designed for you, and the program is overseen by board-certified professionals. There are no contracts and no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. That's right, it's free if you go to the website, aplanforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Hey, do you want to become more flexible and more active? Our friends at Stretch Zone Birmingham can help, and they're offering 2 Black Friday deals you don't want to miss. Visit StretchZoneBham.com or call 205-509-2349 to learn more or book an appointment.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham: Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you: Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Joel Klatt coming up. He'll be with us in a couple of minutes. Don't forget, we'll keep getting your Hemp Hill best and worst of the weekends throughout the show. You can jump in with those as we move forward. Later, Matt Wyatt's with us at 11. Brandon Marcello with us at 12 o'clock on a jam-packed Monday here on the Next Round, presented by Bud Light from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and Lunsford today. Forrester has the week off as we get ready for the Christmas time up here. Let's start this hour with our headlines brought to you by our friends at the Mailroom.
I went and got a fresh cut on Saturday. The Mailroom would like to take this opportunity to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Make this holiday great with a fresh look from the Mailroom. After the challenges of the last couple of years, they're fully staffed, ready to serve you. Call for your appointment or just drop by 205-995-4285, located in Inverness Corners at Valleydale on Highway 280. The Mailroom, helping the men of Birmingham look their best one visit at a time.
Bo Nix to Oregon, reuniting with Kenny Dillingham. That's a big story. Austin Davis officially the OC at Auburn. That happened after we left the show on Friday and moved throughout the weekend. Auburn picked up the nation's #1 junior college player over the weekend. JUCO defensive lineman Jeffrey Mba, 6'6", 305 from Independence Community College coming to Auburn. Big get for them there. 4-star athlete Kendrick Law picks Alabama, part of this recruiting class. The Tide does lose out on a couple of big recruits. Damani Jackson, as expected Friday when we left the show, picked USC over Alabama. And then Denver Harris, a big 5-star corner down in Texas, picked Texas A&M over Alabama, LSU, and Texas. The Aggies now have 9 of the ESPN top 50 players in their number 1 recruiting class. So that is the football headlines. Basketball over the weekend. Alabama beat Jack State in a closer than expected game. Auburn over St. Louis. Big road win for the Tigers there. Walker Kessler with a big game. Auburn's now 10-1. UAP pull out in about an hour. And West Virginia comes to town, beats UAB. The Blazers lose a 9-point lead in the second half. 65-59 the final there. Samford with a big win over Kent State. And again, later in the show, we'll give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to go see Davidson in Alabama with our big event down at the BJCC as we get ready for a little college basketball coming to town.
But, as you know, we love talking college football, and our boy Joel Klatt is with us on the Pepsi Hotline. What is up, Klatt? How are you?
Good. What's going on? How are you guys?
Doing great. Thanks a lot. Before we get to the college football playoff, Bo Nix, the Auburn quarterback, transfers to Oregon. Good fit, bad fit? I mean, I know it's new coaching staff. It's kind of a tough question to answer right now. Do you like this move for Oregon and Bo Nix?
Well, I think it comes down to relationships, right? And it's been, speculated that he's wanted to play for Dan Lanning, and I think from that perspective, it's a pretty good fit, right? There. And the interesting part for me is that, those up at Oregon on Mario's staff had remained very confident in Ty Thompson's future. He was the backup quarterback behind Anthony Brown. And granted, that's a totally new staff, so it's going to be an interesting battle, and I do think it will be a battle between Bo Nix and Ty Thompson. We'll see who kind of rises out of that. I think that the expectations for Oregon have gone to a place where they feel like they should be able to not only win the Pac-12 but compete for a playoff spot. And so from that perspective, I think what's interesting for me is that the heightened expectations will land likely on the quarterbacks because the recruiting cupboard was left fairly full. And so you're going to a team that has a good amount of talent, in particular for the conference that they play in. And the last piece that they need was a quarterback, and is a quarterback after Anthony Brown struggled a little bit. Now, it is a couple more things. One is Kenny Dillingham. It was obviously his, and you guys obviously know this and have talked about it, was the OC at Auburn, and so he's back up with Kenny Dillingham, who's going to be the OC at Oregon. And I think that from that perspective, just from a personnel standpoint, it fits. Now, here's one thing I would just throw out there. From just a pure passer rating perspective, has not lit the world on fire at Auburn, as I'm sure you know. He's been basically in the mid-80s when it comes to, as far as rank goes, as far as passer rating in the country. Anthony Brown, who was very heavily criticized for his lack of ability to throw the ball, and when trying to beat Utah twice, when the Utah took away their run game, his passer rating was in the mid-60s. So, I know that this might sound harsh, but I don't know yet if it's an upgrade for Oregon. So I think that this battle between Ty Thompson and Bo Nix will be interesting.
Joel, when we looked at Oregon's schedule next year, they could be favored in as many as 10 or 11 games. With that said, better chance of winning the Pac-12 in year one, Dan Lanning or Lincoln Riley?
I would say at this moment in time it would be Dan Lanning, but I don't know what's going to happen in the transfer portal for USC, how their signing class is going to eventually end up. I think that we're going to see some more fireworks as far as transfers for USC, and that's where they're leaning heavily to improve for next season. But at this moment in time, it would be Dan Lanning because the Oregon roster right now is much better than a depleted USC roster that Lincoln Riley is clearly in a rebuild mode for. But as we saw with Mel Tucker at Michigan State, guys, you can turn it around in 1 year. And so it remains to be seen what type of talent Lincoln can pull from the transfer portal in order to field a more competitive team in that conference this next year. And I would say, and this is going to, ring very true to all of your listeners, not a good conference. So it's not like you've got to improve a drastic amount in order to go and compete and potentially win that conference. So I think Lincoln can do it, but at this moment in time, it would be Dan Lanning in his first year as a head coach at Oregon with a much better roster than really anybody in the conference.
Yeah, I think that's a reason why you could see Bo Nix's completion percentage go up. against different defenses. I wanted to ask you about the Auburn fans I talk to. It's not scientific, but they're would love Kedon Slovis to pick Auburn and come there from USC. Wherever Slovis goes, what do you make of the next chapter of his career? Because at one point that was an NFL first round draft prospect for sure. Where are you on Slovis right now?
I still really like Kedon Slovis. I think that he was ruined by the traditional air raid, and I know that sounds harsh against that offense. And I like Mike Leach a lot, but the traditional air raid offense doesn't protect the passer at all. There's no timing mechanism within the offense. The timing of the passing game is not kept in the quarterback's feet. They have this very vague and gray type of reading defenses where they're just trying to, quote, attack the grass with the progression, and everything's progression read, and they don't ever read a zone movement key. And because of that, what you've traditionally seen from Mike Leach quarterbacks or traditional air raid quarterbacks, and I'm saying this because Graham Harrell, the offensive coordinator at USC, ran as close to a pure air raid as Mike Leach, more so than anybody else around the country that comes from that tree. And what you saw was Kedon regressed because of the hits that he was taking and the lack of protection that they had. And it was a frustration of mine when I was watching them. They were not able to compete in short yardage. They were not able to hold the edge. They didn't know how to run the ball, save for token runs because the box was light. So all of that to say, I still really believe in Kedon Slovis. And if he were to pick Auburn, I think that would be a great fit. And I think that he's got a lot of really quality football ahead of him. He's the type of guy that I could see in the – not to get too overboard here, but kind of a Kenny Pickett style role where he's a veteran guy that's played a lot of football that could have a resurgence, or maybe even more so than a resurgence, just a really quality year and rise himself back up draft boards in his, quote unquote, last year of college football. So yeah, I'm a believer in Slovis, and I think whoever gets him, if it's the right fit, is going to get a really good player.
Joel Klatt is with us. He appears on the Pepsi hotline like all of our guests. A reminder now is a great opportunity with the calendar about to flip to get an insurance checkup from the Stand Up for Insurance Group. Have your coverages ready, what you pay each month, and call this number, 664-3200, 664-3200. Let them run the numbers and see if they can save for you the way they did for me. StandUpForInsuranceGroup.com, StandUpForInsuranceGroup.com. Klatt, you watched a lot of Michigan, and Georgia going against that Michigan defense is interesting because Stetson Bennett kind of, the sailed through the year is not a great word. A lot of times they played around Stetson Bennett, but he was just fine until he played an elite team like Alabama. Now you got another elite team in Michigan. Do you think Kirby Smart goes into this game with a short leash on Stetson Bennett with JT Daniels standing there, or are you too late for this to happen?
No, I think he better. I think that he better have learned from what I would consider to be his errors in the past, speaking of Kirby. And he continues to do this. This is where I give a guy like Nick Saban so much credit, is that he has evolved in terms of the style of football that he's winning with. And he has won national championships with now multiple styles of teams. And I think that that's an incredible compliment, right? Like it just generally doesn't happen. Normally guys win one, maybe two national championships, and they do it with a very similar team. It's one blueprint. They get it done. They reach the mountaintop, and they can never quite get back to that point. And we've seen him get back to that point time and time again, even with different styles of team and philosophy of winning, which I think is unique and important in the grand scheme of evaluating him. I know the question wasn't about Nick Saban. Why I bring it up is because it feels like Kirby has been unable to evolve. And he just will not get out of his own way when it comes to choosing the quarterback that has a much lower ceiling than the other one on his sideline. And I know we've been through the whole, the Fields, Justin Fromm thing. In hindsight, yes, obviously you would have loved to have had Justin Fields go out there and play, and I think that the ceiling of their team would have gone up. Well, The same can be said for JT Daniels. His ceiling is much higher than Stetson Bennett, and I thought that this was proven out, and I thought that Kirby learned his lesson late last year, even in a COVID year. After Bennett lost to that great Alabama team, Georgia improved drastically on the offensive side. I don't remember the exact numbers, guys, but I'm sure you do. The last 6 games, they were, as good as anybody in the country offensively, save for maybe like Ohio State and Alabama, and in particular Alabama, who was historically good on offense. And I thought that they had learned their lesson. It's one of the reasons why I was like, boy, this just feels like Georgia's year this year. The roster that they have, the Kirby learned his lesson. And then lo and behold, here we go. And we're right back into the same boat where he is, snuggling his Snuggie versus taking the higher potential player. I think that they're going to need more potential, more playmaking ability from their quarterback against Michigan in order to win. The reason I say that is because that Michigan defense is playing so much better late in the season, and they put an immense amount of pressure on the quarterback in order to make plays and make throws. And if you're not able to just sit there and run the ball against them, which not many teams were able to do after Michigan State got after them, then, it becomes problematic. Now, we'll see if they're able to just sit there and run the rock at them. I know Ohio State wasn't able to do it, and Ohio State's run game was as good as anybody's out there when you look at the stats. In fact, the time of game time, they were leading the country in yards per rush. So I think it's going to be a situation where Georgia's going to be immensely frustrated. I sense it being a very low-scoring game into the third quarter, and that anxiety, if you will, from the Georgia side, like, hey, what are we doing? We've got a better quarterback option, and he needs to play. And I would be actually pretty shocked if we didn't see JT Daniels in the game at some point.
To the other side of the bracket, Cincinnati was up 17 on the road at half in South Bend against Notre Dame, en route to winning that game by double digits. Now they're catching 13.5 against Alabama. Nobody thinks Cincinnati's got any shot. Do you think the Bearcats can hang with Alabama?
Well, in this year in which we've seen so many upsets, guys, and double-digit upsets, I know you guys look at that stuff. You guys are always talking about, lines and gambling and everything. There was, maybe I'm wrong. You guys could correct me. Wasn't there more double-digit dog wins this year than maybe ever before? I can't remember more.
Lance?
I mean, possibly. I mean, we had 30-point underdogs winning outright.
Right. In the Bowling Green example you're giving.
Against Minnesota.
In Minnesota, we had double-digit Bama favorite lose. We've had lots of that go on this year. Just think of all the top 10 teams that lost this year. It felt like 2 or 3 a week that would go down. So, listen, can Cincinnati win? Sure, I think that they can win. Largely because I don't feel like, nor I feel like even Tide fans, you don't think that this is a dominant Alabama team. I think that they are really good, potentially. There's no doubt about it. But they're not what they have been in the past, in particular on the defensive side. We've seen them play higher and lower. We've seen them have more margin this year than maybe in previous years. The bottom line is that they're pretty lucky that they beat Auburn in the first place to even have this shot to be in the playoff. And maybe they would have gone with 2 losses even if they would have beat Georgia, and that's arguable. But Auburn has the game in hand if they just don't run out of bounds. So we've seen Alabama kind of play high and low. Cincinnati has also played high and low. They had to have a goal line stand against Tulsa. So it really matters what team shows up on each side. I will say this. Hands down, the best player on the field is Bryce Young. We all know that. The way he's playing and what I saw from him on film against Georgia was remarkable. And I think that they have settled into an offensive philosophy that allows him to shine. I think he and Bill O'Brien started getting on the same page towards the end of the year. And from what I saw in the last drive against Auburn, then overtime, then against Georgia, it's going to be really tough to beat that team.
I know nobody loves football more than you do, but did you find yourself watching Charlie and Tiger at all in the middle of an NFL Sunday?
Of course.
Yes.
The NFL, to me, I hate to be this guy, but it's just so stale and corporate. I just can't get excited about 2 7-6 teams playing for playoff spots. I'm like, ugh, this is what I hope college football never is, but maybe we're on that path towards a meaningless regular season. But it sure feels like that as it's been extended out. So, yes, I was locked in to Charlie and Tiger and was hoping that they would win that tournament, but they were just unable to do it. By the way, man, this guy with a fused back and rods in his leg was playing great.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you could tell late he was tired of walking, had the cart, but you could tell he was moving around, rough compared to when he started. But, I was impressed at the dailies as well. I love a guy who will light up a heater in the middle of a fairway while he's waiting for Stuart Sink and his son to figure a drop out over in the pine straw. That worked out really good. I was like, this guy's not nervous at all. He's smoking a cigarette in the middle of this fairway.
How on brand is it for John Daly to throw a dart in the father-son tournament on the 18th hole when he knows all the cameras are on him? I was just like, that. You do you, man. Like, this guy is just so authentic. It's unbelievable.
I name drop here. Watch your toes, boys. I played with Daly last summer. Klatt, yeah. As nice a guy. I don't know if you're a John Daly fan or not, but as nice a guy as you could imagine. He was fantastic for 18 holes.
Watch coming in hot doubly. I have met also John Daly and concur. He's an awesome dude. Awesome dude.
The best line he had of the day is it's in the Champions Tour event that's here, the Regions Pro-Am. And it was me, Taylor Hicks, Wimp Sanderson, the former Alabama coach, and Mike Mills, bassist for REM, and John Daly.
Man, I'd say everyone's toes are just
I know. I warned you early. That's true. And we get on the second tee, and they have two Hoover police officers to protect Daly. And he looks at him and goes, I want you boys to know, I love everything you guys do. I back the blue. I support y'all 100%, but we don't need y'all today. If I can't take them, y'all ain't going to take them.
That's so good.
It was terrific. They just died, man. It was fantastic. Klatt, have a great Christmas, man. It is always fun talking to you.
Yeah.
We love the time.
Thank you, guys, and Merry Christmas to all of you and your listeners. And enjoy bowl season, boys.
Yeah, you too, buddy. Take care. That is Joel Klatt with us on the Pepsi Hotline, at Joel Klatt on Twitter.
Love Joel, and we'll catch up with him again after Christmas, maybe before we get that national championship game. Remember, a week from today, we're live in Dallas with our shows all week long, getting ready for that Alabama-Cincinnati game he was talking about. Klatt will be podcasted later. Coming up at the top of the hour, Matt Wyatt, Brandon Marcello still to come. Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks with Ship Happens. When it comes time for us to move our whole studio, I wish we were taking our whole studio out to Dallas. We would use Ship Happens if we did that.
Big truck.
It would. That's why you would need,
do it.
That's why you would need Ship Happens.
In today's ever-changing market, your supply chain major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers, safe, on time, and affordable shipments. They are crucial. With over 20 years combined experience in relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens have the ability to get ship done. From LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited, Ship Happens, ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens. That's 205-605-8101.
Rockstar's viewing menu, 3 and out, and we'll talk a little bit about Charlie and Tiger with all the football stuff going on. You can be part of it. Pepsi Hotline, 205-734-0923.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
Being a boot fanatic, I have found the perfect place to shop for the greatest selection of boots with brands like Lucchese, Ariat, Dan Post, Twisted X, Justin, and more. Hey, Tom Luganbill here, telling you Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear in Coleman is the place to go. Western boots, fashion boots, and work boots. Jack's has them all. Plus, a great selection of apparel and boots for the entire family. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear is a one-stop shop for all your holiday gift-giving needs. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, I-65, exit 304. Just look for the Big Red Building and follow Jack's on Facebook and Instagram.
Did you know there are many different causes to erectile dysfunction? Causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I'm so glad the Alabama Men's Clinic is right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. And listen, men, this is one game you never want to be out of. And that's why the Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. As I told you, there are many reasons you could be having an ED problem, and you want to find out the answer. Most men wait years before they even address the issue with a doctor. Get rid of depression, get rid of anxiety, make a new connection with that special person in your life. Again, the number, 205-598-7000, or get back in the game at alabamamensclinic.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Takeuchi is a world leader in innovation for compact mini excavators, track loaders, and skid steers, and they continue to dominate the market today in design, capability, and power, with so many attachment possibilities ranging from milling heads to heavy-duty brush grapples to landscape buckets. Versatility is unmatched. Contact Cowan Equipment today to experience this firsthand on your job site. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts in stock and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Give them a call today, 1-800-239-2694, or visit them online. Go to cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call our friends at Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades. That phone number, 1-800-239-2694, or visit them online, cowan.com. Hey, Lance Taylor with the Next Round. I want to tell you about our guys at Chorus Smart Secure, local smart home security company in Hoover with over 200 five-star reviews. I made the swap from one of those big security companies to Chorus, and the cameras and automation are awesome. Tell them the Next Round sent you and receive a free Sonos soundbar with the purchase of any smart home system. Call Chorus Smart Secure today, 205-920-1020. That's 205-920-1020.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Jeff and Aniston in just a second. But first, Rockstar's viewing menu, and it's brought to you by the great folks at New Life Art.
Yes, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. That is New Life Art. For more information, 1-800-735-2787. They're working on that Heisman print right now. You can go for more information on that, danielmooreart.com.
Couple things. 7 p.m. on FX, you got the T.J. Miller's office Christmas party. Was that anything last night?
No, we didn't get close to that.
You're talking about at our Christmas party?
Just
No.
an attempt to kind of duplicate it.
No, very low key.
Jump from the rafters.
Ours was a Christmas banquet. It was a very
banquet.
Banquet sounds.
No. It wasn't. We weren't handing out awards.
Courtney
we did
Vance
give out an MVP award last night.
Did Courtney Vance get too close to the snow?
He did. Jumped off that rafter, man. Where are we on Yellowstone? Everybody still watching?
I'm about out.
I watched the first episode. I'm done.
You claimed you just tapped out last night when I
was
Ubering you home.
Yeah, I did not watch last night. I don't know if I'm going to go back.
Well,
last night I'm caught up to date, but I did not watch last night.
The premiere of 1883.
Started last night?
Yeah, prequel to Yellowstone.
Zero chance I watch this. Two reasons.
Tim McGraw and Faith Hill.
You got it.
Says it follows the Dutton family as they flee poverty in Texas and embark on a journey through the Great Plains to seek better future in Montana. Real-life couple Tim McGraw and Faith Hill stars James and Margaret Dutton, while Sam Elliott portrays Shay Brennan.
Come on, your guy Sam Elliott.
I do love some Sam Elliott, but you guys will give me. I think it does diminish what they're trying to do here.
It does seem like a money grab.
You're right, because Kevin Costner is
he's a well-respected actor.
He's a proven actor.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Right? He's an Academy Award winner.
So you're going, he's the main character. Everything revolves around him in Yellowstone. Now everything is going to revolve around Tim McGraw.
Yeah, it does. I'm with you. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And I didn't think he was very good in Friday Night Lights.
Rockstar,
he was okay in that role.
Your guy Louis C.K. made a comeback, right? Did he just release a special? I saw a cut from it today. It was pretty funny.
I think if it's Sorry, I think it's what it's called. That's what he released it on Spotify a few months ago, and I was listening as I was walking, and Louis is a dirty comedian.
Yeah.
He is filthy. Like, some stuff is so uncomfortable. Like, I had passed an old man raking leaves, and I was like, oh my God, I hope he can't hear through my headphones, because it was
You told me that one time.
No minority is spared. Like, it is rough.
I can't keep up with it. He got canceled for a minute, though, right?
He did. He left for 3 years. He's like, on my own. He's like, I'm gonna disappear. I'm not gonna do anything. His show got canceled off FX. It was a great show. He was producing a show called Baskets with Zach Galifianakis. I don't know if that was still on. Yeah, he had a tough run.
So Chris Knott just got canceled, right?
Oh, I don't know.
think
Mr.
so,
Big?
Yeah. He did one Peloton commercial. I think they pulled it like within a day.
Yeah. I don't keep up with the canceled world, but LT's neighbor is keeping up. He says 1883 looks better than Yellowstone. I think they wrote season 4 of Yellowstone in 2 hours.
I would agree with that.
Ashley, oh my God, LT coming with a McGraw Hill hate.
I think they're really talented musicians for that genre that I don't like, but I think to cast them in this major prequel that's had so much success, I think is a major mistake.
Men do not like when women get old. Smuff 23, did Faith Hill totally F up her face? I thought I saw a picture of her with him in an article about their new show, and I don't think anybody would recognize her.
I was at the grocery store the other day, and I was waiting in line, and they're on the cover of one of the Smut magazines, and she looks totally different.
Smut magazine.
Well, whatever it is.
1960.
I don't know what it is.
But the old Smut magazine.
No, she looks totally different. I completely, I bet you Rockstar's pulling up. I guarantee you it's the same magazine I saw. Yeah, that's it. It was People, not Smut.
Yeah.
That does not look at all like Faith Hill.
Yeah, it doesn't.
No.
Tell me that looks like Faith Hill.
It doesn't.
Nothing
She's
like her.
definitely got rhinoplasty. Got a nose job.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, Botox City,
the
man.
Botox is definitely
kinda looks like Debbie
Look at him.
Yeah, you're right.
Look
Debbie
at him.
Gibson. It doesn't really look like Tim McGraw.
Yeah,
I agree.
he's Botoxed up too.
Yeah.
Come on.
Now,
He
They
doesn't
got
look-
body snatched.
we all get old. Either you choose to Botox up or you just look like me, right?
No, those are
Boy,
the
there is a lot going on People this week.
Yeah. It's all Brittany and Alec, man. Poor Alec. Did you hear about Alec?
Brittany's turning 40.
Yeah. I am going to go buy that People magazine. All right, thank you, Rockstar. Brought to you by New Life right there. Let's get to the Pepsi hotline. Jeff in Anniston patiently standing by with his 10 questions today. Jeff, how are you, buddy?
Hey, you're right about that. All's calm, all is bright, man. It's weird. I guess it's just my mind. But when Brown said Smut magazine, I was thinking like Jugs or something like that.
Jugs? High Society?
I instantly went to We. Yeah.
It's not Smut. What's the word I'm looking for that they call this stuff at the register?
Tabloids?
I guess. There's some sort of
Tabloid. Yeah,
I know it's a tabloid. There's something they call it. But Smut was a bad word. That made it sound like it was pornography
from the 60s.
Yeah.
And I could see y'all's banquet and bet the award for best question asker, Jim Dunaway.
Yeah. Okay, it wasn't a banquet. I misphrased that. It was more of a sit-down dinner at a high-end restaurant. It was a beautiful setting. It's not open yet. Oak House. We appreciate them letting us come out before they open to the public on January 11th out in Mount Laurel. Great facility there. We look forward to going back there and dining a lot. I think that's where I'll end up paying off all my steaks of the future.
And I heard a guy talking about going snow skiing. It just got me thinking. It's snow skiing, it and bowling. They're about 85% sitting, right?
Sitting? Yeah. I love snow skiing will wear you out, man. I love snow skiing.
But to Jeff's point, from top to bottom, how long is the ride
Well, it
down?
depends on where you go.
That's why I think it's a lot of work.
Oh, it is a lot of work, but it is a blast. I love it. Now, if you're out west, like if you're in Colorado, the trails, I mean, you could ski down a trail for an hour.
Okay.
But if you're East Coast, it's not, the trails aren't as long.
And it's probably just me, but to me, LT in a cap could be Brock Heward's brother in a cap.
Wow.
If Brock Heward's wearing a cap.
Damian Heward, basically.
Wearing
Damian
a
Heward.
cap or a cap?
Yeah, if they're wearing baseball cap.
Okay.
They look a lot alike to me for some reason.
I don't see
the other
that.
day when I saw Heward.
Interesting.
When I've seen LT early Saturday mornings in a baseball cap, it kind of, I guess, it sands his eyes like Heward's.
Yeah, that's up the nose laptop video look. Everybody looks weird that way.
And something bothers me before I get. I've seen 8 Humphrey Bogart movies and 17 Adam Sandler movies. That's pitiful. I got to change that. That's my New Year's resolution.
You got to give up the Sandler.
I don't think I've ever seen.
I haven't seen a Sandler in years, but
I don't think I've ever seen a Humphrey Bogart movie.
Yes, even Hidden Gems.
You've seen the African Queen.
I've never seen African Queen.
Uncut
Cane
Gems.
Mutiny.
I've never seen Cane Mutiny.
Casablanca.
You haven't. Casablanca's awesome.
I've never seen
African Queen's
Casablanca.
really good too.
Never seen Casablanca.
African Queen's Bogart, right? I get that right?
Yeah, that's amazing. The way that you got that right.
Maltese Falcon.
I've never seen a Humphrey Bogart movie.
Well, see, I had to have a history of film class, which was we got together every Monday night, bring your own popcorn, and watch old movies.
No, I think anybody, Jeff, you'll give me this. Anybody would like Casablanca if they watch it.
It is.
Anybody.
It is, and it's not a rom-com, but it's a rom, and
It's a
great
rom, yeah.
story, great acting, great everything. It's a perfect movie.
Hey, Rick was running it, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. And wasn't Buck Showalter on Seinfeld way back?
How is he the Mets manager? How old is Buck Showalter?
It doesn't matter in baseball. Jack McKeon
I
was
know,
like
he was
90.
100, yeah.
But
He must have been 30 when he was on Seinfeld, I guess.
Hernandez was on there. He had a reoccurring role.
Yeah, and that other guy, I can't think of his name. It'll hit me in a little bit.
Paul O'Neill.
Paul O'Neill, yeah.
Yeah, Paul O'Neill.
Yeah, Paul O'Neill. And what was the guy that Constanza thought the guy was shooting him a bird and he was in a cast?
Oh yeah, I can't remember.
Danny Tartabull.
Yeah,
and is there any truth that the Jimmy Kimmel Bowl had triple viewership over his regular show?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Wouldn't surprise me.
No, I mean, I would say.
I mean, it was Utah State and Oregon State.
No, that doesn't matter, though, because I would say those nighttime shows probably have about 1 million and a half viewers on a nighttime show.
On his good nights, Kimmel might get 1 million.
And I bet you a college football game probably had 2.5, 3 million viewers.
It was going head-to-head with Indy and New England, though.
I think it's around 2 million for whoever wins the late night would be my guess.
I can look that up.
And then I would say about 2.2 primetime game on our network. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
And I bet the Myrtle Beach Bowl today is glad the NFL was scared to go head-to-head with them.
Put the game at 4 instead of 1:30. Back to the LA Bowl. If you ever watch Kimmel, he has that running made-up beef with Matt Damon. And this is what I like about Kimmel. They paid to have Matt Damon's face put on every urinal cake in SoFi Stadium.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah. So everybody was peeing on Matt Damon's face, so they showed that.
Wow.
And that's that running beef they have, which isn't real.
Just a couple things real quick, then I got a rant. Did I miss y'all's win total predictions for the SEC on the bowl games?
Back earlier in the summer?
No, on the bowl games.
Y'all, I asked y'all the other day, and you said to give y'all.
We did not do that. We did not do that.
No, we'll do it.
We got until tomorrow.
And these three programs, to me, should be better than they are in football. Which one of them do you think should be a lot better than what they are? Illinois, Maryland, or UCLA?
UCLA because of the recruiting. Maryland next, and then Illinois.
I would say Maryland because of Kevin Plank behind them.
Yeah,
they all should be a lot better.
UCLA is the one, though.
Yeah.
Okay, my rant right here. I know y'all have no problem with bowl opt-outs, and to me, it's a big middle finger to the team, your teammates, the school. Y'all say it's just an exhibition. Then a little while ago, you said the UAB win was the biggest in program history. Pitt and Michigan State both could finish either 6th or 20th. Do you think that matters in recruiting, prestige, and donors? And one last thing, used to be only non-starters would leave teams on occasion. Now starting quarterbacks are regularly leaving. It's outrageous. Okay, and I'm going to go holler at some clouds.
No,
man.
well, real quick,
Thank you.
you should have said, "That's my rant. I'm Jeff from Anniston, and that's my America."
I think for Pitt, you look at Narduzzi. Now, he hadn't gotten paid yet, but if they finish sixth, they've won an ACC championship, and he had a Heisman finalist. That is a great year for Pittsburgh.
It is. And first of all, let me just say that was not UAB's biggest win of all time. It was the highest ranked team they've ever beaten, but for me, it wasn't their biggest win of all time. And I do believe bowl games are exhibition games. So that's why it doesn't bother me.
So it don't matter to you if a team could make more money and get better recruits if they win their bowl game.
I don't know that they can, though. I mean, I know that's your theory here, but you think recruiting has helped if I finish 5th versus 12th?
Yeah.
I don't believe that. I think recruiting's helped if
your
your head
that
coaches.
has any?
I
Well,
don't.
heck, we rank recruiting, for goodness sake.
Well, I know.
And how big a prestige thing is that? And how does that get the donor dollars
Texas
rolling?
A&M just finished first,
Yeah.
Jeff. They haven't played their bowl game yet,
And they're 8-4.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we sure covered recruiting.
Well, we
you
do.
don't think how you finish helps your recruiting. If you finish 6th or 20th, it doesn't help your recruiting.
I don't think if it's 6 or 12. I mean, if you're 3-9 or you're 12-0, yeah, that's a big difference.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. And you don't think donors get more excited about donating to a number 16 than to a number 20?
Well, that is probably true, yes.
Oh, well, okay. I got something out of you anyway.
All right, thank you, Jeff.
All right, Jeff. That's Jeff from Anniston there with us today. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks with the Pradco Outdoor brands. Listen, if you're a outdoor enthusiast, saw a lot of duck hunting on my timeline over the weekend. People out duck hunting. I hope that's what they were hunting. Looked like ducks to me. But I'm not an outdoor enthusiast, but maybe you've got someone in your life, or maybe you're that outdoor enthusiast who wants a wonderful Christmas gift right now. You can save 40% with the Pradco Outdoor brand Signature Hunting Holiday Bundle. The bundle includes a trail camera, a deer feeder, a hand warmer, and a scent elimination spray from your favorite hunting brands, Moultrie, Summit, and Decode by Code Blue. All that's in the bundle. You're saving 40%. All you've got to do is go to the websites of Moultrie or to Summit or to the Code Blue websites and check out that offer. The offer runs all the way this month through December 31st, so you can even jump on there now and get that savings all the way through the end of the year, through December 31st. And free shipping on all the bundles from our friends at Pradco Outdoor Brands. You're saving 40%. Go to the Moultrie, Summit, or Code Blue websites. When we come back, we'll do the 3 and Out for you and get to Matt Wyatt at the top of the year. A lot of college football talk this morning, and the Pepsi hotline, 205-734-0923.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services, a name you can now trust for all your plumbing needs. Call 205-718-8688 for all your residential HVAC, electrical, and now plumbing needs. Excalibur Services, Alabama license 15214.
Football season is now in full swing, and you need to be winning with us at lanceslock.com. You get the free lock during the show, but get even more with a subscription at lanceslock.com. Get Lance's full slate of college football games every Saturday, as well as Sunday's NFL, all with the same subscription. No complicated or expensive weekend packages. Get everything. All leagues, every day. Only $90 a month, breaking down to $3 a day. If you want to win this football season, jump on your phone, tablet, or computer right now and go to lanceslock.com and get on board with us.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where two slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention The Next Round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this. How do I set up the appointment? You can do it two ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number, 205-598-7000, or go online to alabamamensclinic.com.
Bridge and Root is an exclusive men's shop located in downtown Birmingham. They specialize in uniqueness, authenticity, and quality. They offer styles that are refreshing and different. Bridge and Root gives you the ability to shop with ease while being educated on styles, colors, fabrics, and the how-tos in men's fashion. From men's clothing to body care, you will find it at Bridge and Root. Located at 2212 Morris Avenue, Suite 200 on First Avenue North, you can also visit their website at bridgeandroot.com. That's bridgeandroot.com.
Jeff B. says, I dated Faith Hill back in the day. Good lady.
I wonder if that's true.
Well, she was where? Pearl, Mississippi, somewhere like that?
Faith Hill?
Yeah, somebody had to date her.
Yeah,
well, I know that. But the randomness of someone in our listening and viewing audience that did. She's from Ridgeland, Mississippi.
Yeah, I knew it was somewhere over there.
I had a
Mississippi
fraternity brother. His high school buddy used to hang out with Lori Morgan back in the day. She was a wild one.
She dated not Tony Romo, Troy Aikman.
I think she dated Nashville.
Wow.
But she and Troy Aikman were they were together.
No, this guy was driving Keith Whitley's Corvette.
Oh, wow.
When he was on like tour.
Oh, he passed, you know.
Yeah, I know he passed, yeah. Lori Morgan back in the day, she looked pretty good.
I'll tell you what,
she
Lori
had that
Morgan,
short haircut, though.
Yeah, she did have the short hair.
I'll tell you what Lori Morgan did, though.
Does Rockstar even know who Lori Morgan is?
Do you guys, so like when you're watching or when you're riding around and XM radio is on and an artist comes on, their little thumbnail shot pops up next to it, does your XM do that?
Yeah. So it's still little hotter than you
Well,
expected?
no, I'm just saying Lori Morgan looks like the one I get that pops up. Lori Morgan looks like she gave them a photo from the early 90s.
Yeah.
And they're like, we're going to ride with this one. Y'all just keep this one up as long as you can.
That's where her song came out. That's what that photo is going to be. They're going to update it with, they're going to have Gene Simmons playing Dr. Love and have his 2021 picture up there. It's going to be the 1977 picture. Part of our show today being brought to you by Vulcan Tires and Automotives. Listen, we cannot tell you enough good things about these folks. When it comes to auto repair, getting things serviced, new tires, bumper to bumper, Vulcan Tire and Automotives. We trust these guys.
Yeah, look, take your car and get it winterized. Brown just got the tires a few weeks ago. They can get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Do it bumper to bumper for you and your family, locally owned and operated. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
You can represent this athlete from right now for the rest of their lives? Do you take Bryce Young of Alabama or Charlie Woods?
Oh, I take Bryce Young. Yeah, I take Bryce Young. I mean, it's a guarantee he's going to be on an NFL roster. The odds of Charlie Woods being a overly productive PGA Tour player are astronomical.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
kid was throwing darts yesterday, and what is he, 12?
A lot of 12-year-olds throw darts. It's a different world.
Yeah, but to have the added pressure already and to be able to do that in front of the cameras is pretty impressive at that age. Those 12-year-olds are at Vestavia Country Club doing it right now. They're not doing it in front of galleries.
He's in a grip and grin. I mean, I get it. He's got a lot. He's got the DNA working for him.
But I agree with you. I would take what you know is Bryce Young is going to be, without
the first
injury.
overall pick.
Yeah, he's probably going to be at least a top 5 guy next year. So he's going to get massively paid.
Okay, but with Charlie, you're guaranteed he's going to inherit Tiger's wealth.
Yeah, but you're not getting that.
Yeah, but you're not getting that.
But
I mean,
you're going to be representing him with all the golf course buildings and stuff.
Tiger's wealth.
Your Christmas bonus is going to be awesome.
I'll change my answer on this. If I'm the financial advisor,
I'll take that.
I'd rather be Charlie's.
Okay.
But Tiger's wealth is going to be a hindrance to him as far as making it on tour. He's going to have to fight against that. Because he ain't worried about where he's eating.
You're right.
Yeah.
And most of those guys that are out there trying to make it on tour, if they don't make it on tour, what awaits them on the other side is something that's not as desirable.
But he can also play loose like that. Think about it.
It generally has not worked that way, but I know what you're saying.
But I'm sitting there watching on the driving range the other day on the Golf Channel, and Tiger and Justin Thomas are standing beside him after giving him some tips, and he's being coached up by Lee Trevino.
Oh, no, he'll have every opportunity. Trust me, he'll have every opportunity available.
All right.
Second down.
More likely to happen. And by the way, SEC starts their bowl games Wednesday and Thursday because they're playing in these 2 sucky pre-Christmas bowls. But here we go. More likely to happen. Army beating Missouri or UCF beating Florida.
Oh, Army is going to walk Missouri off the field.
Wow.
I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
walk! I thought they would do that to Navy. That didn't happen.
Yeah. It's a rivalry game.
Okay.
You watched the Iron Bowl this year, right?
I did. Yeah. What about you?
I think I'd go Army over Missouri too. I don't know if they'll walk them off the field. I think I'd go Army over Missouri.
I've just watched Missouri's run defense.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna have some problems.
Yeah. An Army will run it, won't they? And it's going to be a big game for Army. You don't want to go out with that Navy loss. It wouldn't have meant as much if they had beaten Navy because that's sort of their game. But now you go out with a win.
So help me out here in the Florida game. Emory Jones is hitting the portal. Is he playing in this game?
He is playing,
okay.
going to the portal afterward, which is odd.
It is really odd.
Yeah.
I mean, Billy Napier's not running the program yet, but you'd think the head coach would say, "We don't really want you. If you're not part of this team, you're not part of this team, right?"
From what I know, that's the way it's playing.
No, I think I read that too. That's why I was trying to get clarification. That's a weird game there. I mean, Gus, I could see trying to. I mean, it's big
means
for
something
him.
for UCF. Yeah,
it means almost nothing for Florida.
All right, I think I go Army over Missouri as well.
Missouri still.
Okay.
Third down.
More likely not to win a playoff game, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers or the Arizona Cardinals?
Congrats to your Lions, Rockstar. You beat the team that had the best record in the NFL.
More likely to win a playoff game.
Jared Goff owns the Cardinals.
I
would say the Cardinals right now.
The Cardinals
we've got a friend, Chop. He's a big Cardinals fan. He doesn't think they're going to win another game this year.
Who are you betting on in the playoffs, Kyler Murray or Tom Brady? So give me.
That's what it comes down to.
Tom Brady.
And look, this is going to sound stupid, but organizations too.
Yeah,
Tampa used to be a
doesn't sound
joke,
stupid at all,
but
yeah.
Arizona.
They've been to a Super Bowl though.
They haven't won a playoff game since I think that year.
Since that Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Wow.
But you remember me saying I'm not buying the Cardinals earlier in the year. I
do remember that.
Yeah,
I do remember that.
And they're starting to fall apart now.
Well, no DeAndre Hopkins for the rest of the year. That's big.
I mean,
but of course, you watched Tampa Bay last night. Tom Brady's 3 biggest weapons. Godwin, Evans, and Fournette all went down in that game, and Godwin's out at least the rest of the regular season.
I will tell you though, it's weird how certain teams own certain teams.
Saints.
But Arians and Brady are 0-4 in the regular season against Saints. Saints just for whatever reason, and last year you would have lost in the postseason if it wasn't for the Jared Cook fumble.
They can't protect Brady when they're playing them. They can get there with 3, with 4 rushing, and then they got the secondary is unbelievable. They read him like a book.
It was a weird weekend in the NFL though, with the Cardinals losing. Saturday night, Mac Jones looked awful against Indianapolis.
Yeah, and really, I mean, we haven't even talked about Harbaugh's decision to go for 2 again yesterday.
Yeah, I know.
The backup quarterback.
It's the right decision.
No, I didn't have a problem with it because I think
horrible play call.
What was going to happen.
I agree with that.
Well, they went to the right guy, but it was the wrong play call.
Yeah.
What was going to happen is it didn't matter if they took the lead or they tied the game. Aaron Rodgers had 42 seconds on the clock.
That's right.
And I still had a feeling that Green Bay was going to find a way to win the game.
They were going to win that game either way.
Exactly. And he wanted to take a chance. Let's don't go to overtime with Aaron Rodgers, with Huntley. Let's try to win it here. I was okay with that call.
4th down.
Happy birthday, Jonah Hill. It's his birthday today. Best Jonah Hill movie for you?
Wolf of Wall Street, probably.
You're going to have to help me here. Give me some Jonah Hill movies.
Wolf of Wall Street, Get Him to the Greek, Moneyball, War Dogs.
War Dogs was good.
War Dogs. That's
True
right.
Story.
I've seen almost none of these. War Dogs I have seen. I like that.
You never saw Wolf of Wall Street?
I did not.
Oh, you would enjoy that.
It's based on a true story. It's really good. Now, you got to get past.
Well, I know there's a lot of bad language.
Completely filthy.
Yeah.
A lot more than the language, too.
It's not as filthy as some things you watch. He was in.
You don't remember the Office scene early on?
What do I watch that's filthier than Wolf of Wall Street? It's widely regarded as one of the filthiest movies.
One of the things they did to pass time was they would bring midgets in to toss them around the office.
Yeah, I mean that's something you've trumpeted for years.
I can remember Lance trumpeting.
It was slated to be at the banquet last night. Last minute cancellation.
You watch Bridgerton.
Is it filthier than Wolf of Wall Street, Bridgerton?
I only saw the one episode of Bridgerton when the chick was getting stabbed against a tree.
That's pretty much every episode. You've seen them all.
That's every episode,
you've
right?
Seen them all, Lance.
I mean, you didn't have a Econo Lodge back in the day, right?
That's right.
You warred with what you had.
This'll do.
Dave says This Is the End is really good too.
This Is the End is the best part of This Is the End is the end.
Yeah, well, he also plays himself, and everybody hates him. So.
Yeah, Superbad still makes me laugh, he says.
Superbad's great.
Yeah.
I was uncomfortable the first time I watched it with the kids, but
yeah. Marianne and I were talking about watching movies with the kids because she was talking, I forget who she was talking to last night about should they allow the kids to watch this or that, and they were like, oh, just do what Lance did. Just roll out and expose them to a lot of stuff.
I shut one down. What was the movie, 90s movie that Jonah Hill wrote? I think it was called It's 90s Movie, but I had to shut it down. I was like, I'm sorry, kids.
It's mid-90s.
This one's off.
I'm sorry, kids. Turn it off. That's 3 and Out today, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Again, locally owned and operated. Make sure you get in, see those guys. Get that car winterized. 4 great locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, don't forget Ticketmaster.com for the game tomorrow night, Alabama and Davidson, 6 o'clock at the BJCC. Tickets later in the show. By the way, we start today off in the KenPom ratings. Auburn is 11th in the country. Alabama 17th. The top 5, Gonzaga, who Alabama beat, Baylor, Purdue, Kansas, and Houston, who Alabama beat. Those are your top 5 teams. Lost some good basketball games over the weekend due to the spreading COVID-19 variant virus out there. When we come back, Matt Wyatt talking SEC football with us. What does he think about Bo going to Oregon and the playoffs next on the next round?
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hi, it's me, Electra. Being Birmingham's goddess of electricity, I know the Magic City didn't grow by magic. Its growth is powered by connections. Now that First Bank, a Southern bank known for great connections, opened in Homewood, you have legendary service and great digital banking to power your growth. If I could just connect with that big guy on the horizon.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trussville, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajalia brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia. When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
Bridge and Root is an exclusive men's shop located in downtown Birmingham. They specialize in uniqueness, authenticity, and quality. They offer styles that are refreshing and different. Bridge and Root gives you the ability to shop with ease while being educated on styles, colors, fabrics, and the how-tos in men's fashion. From men's clothing to body care, you will find it at Bridge and Root. Located at 2212 Morris Avenue, Suite 200 on 1st Avenue North, you can also visit their website at bridgeandroot.com. That's bridgeandroot.com.
The seasons have switched to fall, and it's time for you to change your game day wardrobe with our friends at the Pants Store. For the ladies, all the game day fashion, including bodysuits and those booties, plus a wide variety of clear purses that you need for every stadium. For the guys, all the game day accessories, Yeti coolers, Yeti cups, sunglasses, plus your game day wear from Cutter and Buck, Antigua, Taylor and Mick, and the perfect game day hat. It's all at the Pants Store, 5 locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville, and always online at pantsstore.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And as always, this hour of the show brought to you by the great folks at Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Fresh cooked to order right there in Alabaster on Highway 119. At Champy's, you can experience some great southern staples like chicken on a stick and that Mississippi Delta recipe tamale that is unbelievable. Best I've ever tasted. You can shop online, see the full menu, champy'schicken.com. Place an order there and go through the quick drive-through window. Po' boys tenders and those full fried chicken plates as well, all right there. Champy's Chicken, bringing you the 11 o'clock hour every day here on The Next Round. We kick off this hour with our headlines, which is brought to you by the great folks at Bromberg's. Still time to get by Bromberg's for a great gift.
Yeah, if you're thinking about popping the question this holiday season, you need to go see the Diamond Specialist. That is our friends at Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Stop in, see our friends at Bromberg's, 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also go online today. Go to brombergs.com.
All right, Bo Nix is the new quarterback out there in Oregon. He'll rejoin Kenny Dillingham, who's on the coaching staff at Auburn when Bo ended up going there back in his freshman year. So those two are familiar with each other. So Bo will open with Georgia, though, the Deep South's oldest rivalry. Oregon and Georgia to start the year next year. Austin Davis, officially Auburn's offensive coordinator. The belief is Brian Harsin will be the guy who calls plays moving forward. UAB with a big win over BYU in the Independence Bowl over the weekend, 31-28, highest ranked win for the Blazers in program history, beating the 13th ranked Cougars there. And a couple of big commitments for Auburn and Alabama. Mark Stoops gets a contract extension. More on that coming up later in the show.
All right, let's talk some college football with our buddy Matt Wyatt, former Mississippi State quarterback, now radio host, and the analyst on the Mississippi State Sports Network. He's with us now on the Pepsi Hotline. What's up, Matt? How are you?
Howdy, boys. How are things in your neck of the woods?
Man, we're doing great. Thanks a lot. We were Bo Nix is a weekly guest on our show, as you know, and we were caught off guard by him going to Oregon. You live in the Magnolia State. There was heavy speculation that he would be the next Ole Miss quarterback. What are your thoughts on Bo Nix' move to Oregon?
Yeah, it was interesting. Last night, here in Vicksburg, visiting my wife's family, and they're all Ole Miss fans, And
yep.
After a church service, we had one of those Vesper services where we lit the candles and all that. We go back. We're having this big family get-together, and I pulled up on Twitter, opened my phone, and says, hey, Bo Nix is going to Oregon. And I said that out loud, and there were about 4 or 5 gasps in there from the the Ole Miss fans. They were like, what? And everybody wanted to know, why is he going to Oregon? Because, a lot of them kind of had their hearts set on it, to be honest. And really, some of the talk around here, I don't know how y'all felt. I'd be curious to know, but it seemed like a pretty decent fit, Bo Nix and his skill set for the kinds of things that Lane Kiffin has done and been successful doing with quarterbacks who are good athletes, over the years, whether it's Corral at Ole Miss or Blake Sims at Alabama and Jalen Hurts and all that. So I was a little surprised, and then you start trying to figure out what the connection is. But I will tell you, since learning it, and I'm headed in to talk about it on my show here in a little while, my thoughts right now are that, okay, there's a relationship there with a past coach. And frankly, look, you want to have some success. Right now, as a quarterback, it's really tough in the SEC West. Okay, it's an easier walk through the neighborhood in other conferences. The SEC West is a pretty tough neighborhood, right? And he knows that pretty well. So you go out west and link up with a former coach out there and see if you can win the job at Oregon and play that competition in that weather against those defenses as opposed to what you do down here and see how it goes. I don't know that I blame him. Seems like an okay fit.
Matt, I was surprised. I thought he was going to Ole Miss. I mean, Oregon blew me away, but I'm a little surprised that Ole Miss fans were disappointed he wasn't coming because, I thought Bo Nix was better this year, but from Matt Corral to Bo Nix, that seems like a big drop.
Well, it does, Lance, but the context is Ole Miss fans began by coveting Spencer Rattler. They're going to get Spencer Rattler. We want Spencer Rattler. And then, boom, he goes to South Carolina. So then they shifted their attention here, and all the talk was the Gabriel kid coming from UCF, Dylan Gabriel. We're going to get Dylan Gabriel. Well, then, boom, he goes to UCLA. So the context for the Ole Miss fan base here in the state is Bo Nix was about the third guy that they set their eyes on, and they didn't want to miss on another one. But because I think, as a fan base understand, they don't have the next guy on campus on their roster. They don't feel that way anyway. And Kiffin is not someone who has given any indication that he's interested in going through the throes of developing a young guy to get him ready to go in, 2 years or 3 years. It's portal time. One guy for sure, if not two, right? So they were looking at all these guys coming out thinking, hey, we won some games. We're in the Sugar Bowl, right? We just had Matt Corral. Surely all these guys want to come play here. And I don't know what the hang-up is in terms of convincing them, but it may just be several factors, Lance. Jeff Lebby left to go to Oklahoma. There's a little bit of uncertainty. Look at Ole Miss. Kiffin, sometimes, I've never been around him that much, but some people say, one-on-one, his personality is sometimes a little meh, whatever. I don't know. That's just what you hear. But then the other thing is, would you rather, as a quarterback with 1 year or 2 years to go show what you can do, would you rather go compete in the SEC East or the West? Well, you'd rather go to the East. Would you rather go to the Pac-12 or the SEC? Well, it's probably a little easier road to hoe in a Pac-12. So I think that all that stuff is the context of why Ole Miss fans got to Bo Nix, and they were like, they really wanted him. They really did.
Matt Wyatt is with us on the Pepsi hotline. Matt, away from Bo Nix and that situation, I want to talk to you about another big SEC story, and that's Brian Kelly at LSU. Do you admire him and understand what he's doing publicly, going after some really high-profile coordinators, or do you think it's a bad look, him getting turned down by a Todd Monken for the OC job from Georgia or the DC from Kentucky? I mean, he's putting himself out there with some well-respected coordinators, but at some point, does it look bad at him as he tries to put a staff together?
Yeah, Jim, I think it would be dishonest to say it doesn't look bad. The only people who would say that it doesn't look bad right now are the LSU diehards. I mean, in reality, it kind of has a bad look. Okay, for me, you can come down on either side of the issue, but you leave your team high and dry when there was this little 2 or 3% chance that they could have gotten in the playoff if the right team lost in front of you. So we're going to hightail it there. I didn't necessarily like that, the timing. Stay and coach them. At least wait and see how the playoffs shook out. But besides that, then all your coaching, that a bunch of them you apparently were planning on coming with you, all said, "Nah, we're good, Coach. You go ahead. We're going to stay here." So it didn't start great. And now this, I understand why you're trying to go hit home runs with certain guys, but then we all find out about it, and they're all telling you, "No, I don't want to coach for you. I don't want to go into that situation." And, I mean, really and truly, like, why would Todd Monken leave Georgia to go coach at LSU? I mean, I wouldn't find anything that I could say made sense about that. Georgia's a much better place to coach right now than LSU, even though, they're trying to start over. Yeah, I think it does have a little bit of a bad look. It's not the greatest start, and I know that, they signed a quarterback and all that kind of stuff. LSU's always going to have players, but not the smoothest start to the whole thing I think LSU fans have wanted. And then you throw in the mix there. And what was that dancing video? Did you guys see that?
Oh, yeah.
It looked good, Matt. Come on, man. Did in Prattville at a high school dance you didn't dance that way?
What was that? I mean, we're back to back. Shoulder blades to shoulder blades. We got lights flashing and he's pointing at the camera. It was the goofiest thing. It was goofier than Elaine on Seinfeld trying to dance. Like, it was in that category. It's pitiful. That's what we've got to do to recruit nowadays. Like, I guess he's earning his money. Jeez, it was
Walker Howard, 5-star guy. You don't have anybody if Walker doesn't come. You wouldn't dance with him, Matt?
Heck no. They can keep the money. I've got too much pride, man. I mean, have a little pride about yourself. Brian Kelly. Jeez Louise.
Matt Wyatt is with us on the Pepsi hotline, at Radio Wyatt on Twitter, at Radio Wyatt. Matt's a big outdoors guy. If you've got an outdoorsman in your family or you're the one in the household, Nichols Outfitters in Pelham's a great holiday hookup. One of the largest firearm showrooms in the state, the best bow technical team anywhere. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 in Pelham. Online, nicholsoutfitters.com. If you were a Florida player, Matt, how would you feel about Emory Jones playing in this bowl game, knowing he is headed to the transfer portal?
Yeah, I wouldn't feel great about it. If I'm a guy there that I'm going to stick around, we're going to play this thing out, especially if there are others, in that quarterback room who are planning on staying. We got to play somebody else. I mean, it just, if you're telling me, okay, on one hand, well, the game is meaningless. We got 48-something bowl games out here, right? And we're sending teams that sometimes don't even have 6 wins. We're sending them to quote-unquote bowl games. So you'll go, well, Matt, the games are meaningless, so what? I'll let the kid play. Well, that's all the more reason to not play him. Game's meaningless. We're not going to play somebody who's already told me they're out. And then the other argument is people go, yeah, well, just because you're in the portal doesn't mean you can't turn around and come back. Okay, well, I got news for you, kid. If you're considering coming back, get out of the portal. Come back. Make your mind up. But if you're in there, not trotting you out there, playing you in the bowl game, we'll play somebody else. That's I understand that's a little bit of maybe a get off my lawn, old guy kind of perspective, but I think it's also the perspective of most players in uniforms on teams that are like, wait a minute, you're either with us or you're not, okay? And I wish you the best. If you want to go somewhere else, I'm not going to blame you. I may be in your shoes in a couple of years. But in terms of going out here and playing a game, whether it's a bowl game or not, you're either with us or not. If you're in the portal, you're not with us. That's just it. So it's kind of odd to me.
Hey, two-part question for you here. Are you surprised that Dan Mullen flamed out like he did at Florida? And the other part of the question, better approval rating with Mississippi State fans, Dan Mullen when he was there or Mike Leach now?
Yeah, I would say that on the first part of it, Lance, I am a little surprised that he flamed out as early as it did because, my opinion, I watched it over the years. The guy is a very good football coach, in all aspects. But probably the one aspect that he was not the best was the recruiting part of it. He's one of those guys with those personality quirks that can really come off the wrong way sometimes. And, so he had a hard time in recruiting. But you thought, okay, you go to Florida, that's a place that's easier to recruit to than Mississippi State. But it didn't materialize, but in all other aspects and getting a team ready to play and being consistent, elevating quarterbacks and all that kind of stuff, he just had all the track records you could possibly want. And I'd seen it happen with so many different guys. So I just thought it's going to work at Florida, and to see it fall apart, I was surprised. I really was. And then approval rating. Listen, I'm telling you, people around here love Mike Leach. They are really enjoying having him around, okay, because, it's interesting because I say Dan Mullen's got personality quirks. Well, Mike Leach certainly does too, but it's different. Mike Leach has got the kind of personality quirk where, you talk to him out on the street, everybody sees him out in Starkville all the time at different places picking up food and everything, and he never talks football with anybody. It's always talking about something else, but he's still talking and he's friendly and all that. Dan was the laser focused guy. Like, if you weren't capable of helping him win the next football game, Dan probably didn't see you. He didn't know you were there. And if he did see you, you were in his way. That type of deal. People around town really enjoy having Coach Leach around. And, it's tough when you lose a rivalry game for a couple of years in a row, but I think people still feel like the future's pretty bright. They had a young team, and if you were going to get your licks in on State, you better do it these past couple of years. So, I think the approval rating for Leach is way on up there as compared to Mullen.
All right, Matt Wyatt is on Twitter at Radio Wyatt. You can hear him throughout the state of Mississippi every day on his show there and the Mississippi State games as well. Great guy, and we love having him on. Matt, thank you for the time. Have a great Christmas, man, you and your family.
Guys, thank y'all so much. Merry Christmas to you, and we'll talk soon.
All right, buddy, take care. That is Matt Wyatt with us on the Pepsi Hotline.
Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. Halfway through another school year at Montevallo. My daughter's loving it. Your son or daughter could fall in love with Montevallo too. All it takes is one visit online to montevallo.edu, and schedule an in-person tour there as well. But before you even leave your home, you can tool around campus there with a 3D immersive tour right there on the website, montevallo.edu. Find out how U.S. News and World Report talks about Montevallo and their price point, how it's so good for the education you get. Talks about Southern Living, talks about how beautiful the campus is. The NCAA Division II scholarship sports that are fully funded is something you can check out as well. 21 of those and just great facilities. 75 majors and a lot more at a great university. It's the University of Montevallo. Check them out online, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Farmfolio chat room over there. Chris says, I love how BK hate from outside of Louisiana, all from people who don't really really know what's going on in the state. I'll ask you guys, though, we're not in the state, Chris, you're exactly right. But if I see Brian Kelly wants the defensive coordinator from Kentucky, and then he says, I'm staying with Mark Stoops. If the reports are Brian Kelly makes a gesture to Todd Monken, I would want Todd Monken to be my OC, and he says, I'm going to stay at Georgia. The guys at Notre Dame stay at Notre Dame to be the head coach, and I want to stay with Marcus and help him out, so I'm not going to come be your OC. I'm going to stay at Notre Dame. I don't blame Brian Kelly for going out after those guys. He's going after well-respected, great coordinators. He's trying to be the best, to build the best coaching staff. It's playing out publicly, and I'm just asking you, do you applaud Brian Kelly that he is so comfortable in his own skin that he's not afraid to be turned down by these great coaches? He wants to build such a good staff that I'm going to put myself out there and I'm going to be turned down, and eventually I'm going to get somebody good? Or do you think it's a bad look? How does it play in your mind?
It's complicated. I think we all agree that Brian Kelly's a great coach.
Yes.
Will have a ton of success, more than likely, at LSU. But I don't know if I would want the perception out there that I'm difficult to work with. He seems like a difficult guy to work with, though. And I would assume that these guys, they have the known working for Mark Stoops
let me
and
ask
Kirby
you,
Smart.
Great coaches in college football and the NFL, do you think more of the elite coaches were hard to work for or easy to work for?
Hard to work for.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah. And I think that's part of it. But if you're Todd Monken, you've got a comfortable situation right now, and you're making a lot of money, and you know what's going to happen. You're going to be in the top 5 every year at Georgia. We think LSU is going to be good with Brian Kelly, but we really don't know. And you go from working for who you know to working for a guy that you've only heard about.
Yeah, why leave Georgia to not be a head coach?
That's right. But also the other side of this, do you watch Georgia and think, God, Todd Monken, that's the offense I want? That's what was weird to me about it. I don't either. I mean, they know they're not elite at quarterback. Stetson Bennett is a great story, okay? He's not an elite quarterback, and they know that. So they play around him. He'll throw 15 times a game sometimes, and they just run the heck out of the football. Now, look, it's winning at Georgia. There's no doubt about it, but when the chips are on the table, is it winning at Georgia? It hasn't yet. It hasn't proven that it can with all the chips on the table. So that was a weird move to me, is that Todd Monken was the guy you aimed at. Like, there are a lot of guys. I was reading.
But are you okay with him doing it? And I know it's not his idea for it to play out publicly, but it's always going to play out publicly.
Brian Kelly's got to try to hire who he wants to hire.
That's right.
And if it gets out, it gets out. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
That's
he
right.
can't worry about that kind of crap.
I agree.
This is not. He's not running for president of the United States. It's not about fan approval right now. He's on the job. He's trying to get who he's trying to get.
Yeah,
you got to do that.
If it gets me the best OC that we can get,
right.
and you get turned down 6 times, that's great. Don't settle for Mike Bobo.
Do you know what? If Brian Kelly goes 12-0 next year, you know what nobody's going to say?
Yep.
Well, he was 12-0, but he couldn't hire Todd Monken.
It was his 4th choice at OC.
Yeah, nobody is going to give 2 rips about that.
Yeah.
So you do what you got to do to hire who you want to hire if you're Brian Kelly.
I agree with that. Why not bring back Joe Brady? Brady wants to stay in the NFL, says Dutch Valley Tiger. Maxwell, why not bring Joe Brady back over in the Front-Folio chat room?
Dutch Valley's right. Apparently he wants to stay in the NFL.
Yeah, but again, I don't know if you can always go back and catch lightning in a bottle like that.
Yeah, I think it'd be risky for Joe Brady. I think it'd be risky for Brian Kelly.
Yeah, 100%. And what did that do for Ed Orgeron with Joe Brady's? Everyone pointed and said it was because of Joe Brady. Brian Kelly doesn't need that. If they come back and win with Joe Brady, we're like, why didn't we just hire Joe Brady? All right. Interesting to see as this coordinator stuff, battles around, and you're trying to build a staff down there. Inevitably, the great ones, you don't always get the staff right to start with. I mean, Nick Saban, before the great run, had Major Applewhite the first year. Not the guy he ended up having in year 2 when it finally clicked in 2008. 2007, they were in the Independence Bowl, and he got a guy in Major Applewhite that everyone loved, thought it was a great hire, young and up-and-coming coach. Didn't fit. So take your time, be patient. Speaking of patience, Iowa State, Breece Hall, he's on his way to the NFL. I didn't know this, but I think he's projected as the top running back coming out.
I can see that.
Yeah.
He's been a really good running back at Iowa State.
Yeah.
Now, that may not get you in the first round, but yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I think he'll end up being a late first-round guy.
Yeah. Or early second round, but it's your position. If you're the first running back off the board, that pays you something.
No.
So he's not going to play in the bowl game and against Clemson. He's the first unanimous All-American in Iowa State football history, and he is going to the NFL after 3 really good season there with the Clones. Part of our show today being brought to you by Brown's man Tom Beckby.
An Alabama company, Jimmy Dunaway. What they wanted was really good outdoor clothing that looked great in the field and great in the city. They could not find it, so they made it themselves. Started with a jacket in 2015. Now it is a full line of time-tested rugged material clothing that you can see for yourself at the Mountain Brook Village location of the Tom Beckby store right there in Mountain Brook Village, or go online, tombeckby.com. That is BECKBE, tombeckby.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Think about this scenario for one moment. You wake up, step on the floor, and you feel water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. I've got the answer. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Dry Tech Water Restoration. They respond quickly and reply within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They've got crews ready to go at all times, 24/7, and they work for the customer. It's always the number one priority. Your first call isn't the insurance company. It's Dry Tech Water Restoration, 205-637-0143.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
We've told you about the excellent service you get from Excalibur Services for residential heating, cooling, and electrical problems. Now, you can also depend on Excalibur for all your plumbing needs. Excalibur will perform plumbing services in the same excellent manner as our heating, cooling, and electrical services. Highly trained plumbers now teaming up with highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts. At Excalibur, we have you covered. 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Did you know there are many different causes to erectile dysfunction? Causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I'm so glad the Alabama Men's Clinic is right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. And listen, men, this is one game you never want to be out of. And that's why the Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. As I told you, there are many reasons you could be having an ED problem, and you want to find out the answer. Most men wait years before they even address the issue with a doctor. Get rid of depression, get rid of anxiety, make a new connection with that special person in your life. Again, the number, 205-598-7000, or get back in the game at alabamamensclinic.com.
We got food.
Oh, look at this. We don't need the picture now.
Unless we got the picture. I don't know.
Who's this from, Brown?
This is from my mom. My mom is, so today is my youngest, Hallie. Today is her birthday. She's turned 8. So happy birthday to Hallie. And my mom was coming over to see her. As long as I can remember, my mom has made these mini pecan pies for Christmas and given them to people as gifts. So she's brought us.
Pecan pie might be my favorite pie.
I think you'll love this then.
It is good.
No, she brought me one for Thanksgiving.
That's right. That is right. Yeah, it was in your Thanksgiving deal. Did you like them then?
Of course.
Well, that's how we got to your mom bringing him food, a plate, back from your early Thanksgiving, was because you talked about how she made those every time and how good they are.
Forever.
And he was like, oh, I love pecan pie.
But
That
everything
sounds
she
really
did
good.
was great.
And I think it's better because you get more of the edge that way. That's the way I would like it.
Yeah, well, there you go. So we've got pecan pies to eat here now.
Yeah. You know what I don't eat enough of up here?
Pecan pie?
My Way to Wellness bars.
There's always something.
We've got a keg here.
Yeah.
We've got, the food we had up here on Friday was unbelievable. We started with biscuits from Hamburger Heaven. And then cheese balls were coming through and cookies were coming through. Cookie dough magic was coming through. We had sponsors bringing food all day long on Friday. And then I went into a birthday weekend, and then our big not banquet that we had last night. What are we calling what we did last night?
A dinner. It's a
It was a gala. It was a Christmas dinner.
You don't really have to
Christmas dinner.
complicate this. You've complicated it. It's just a dinner.
Yeah, it was a great time. It was great to hang out with you guys and enjoy the food, 6-course meal, and all the funs and stories that we've had from our first 6 months. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Wayne's. Starting right now, Wayne's Pest Control is introducing their new Smart Pest solution. Smart Pest combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services plus a way to monitor in your house 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, rodent and other varmints and stuff that could move around in your house. Smart Pest monitors communicate to prevent an infestation in your home. Smart Pest is the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available out there today, and it comes from your friends at Wayne's. They're the exclusive provider of everything when it comes to pest prevention in our homes and lawn care as well. We trust them, and you should too. And it starts with they're always on the cutting edge of stuff, like the Smart Pest Intelligence, the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution out there today. Call 866-WAYNES-1, 866, the name Wayne's, and the number 1, 866-WAYNES-1, and mention the offer code TNR for the next round, TNR, and you're going to save $60 off your first service there. They provide residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care service. It's our friends at Wayne's, 866-WAYNES-1. Couple of tweets from over the weekend as we get ready to go to trash. Auburn football team with the rain as they get ready for the Birmingham Bowl, which is a week from tomorrow, by the way. This is Brian Harson. Raining on the practice field, so they did a little slide in the mud, diving and sliding, a little Pete Rose style. A couple other pictures there. See the guys diving through the mud, sliding. Would you guys do that, yay or nay?
Not in the winter. That was cold. Maybe in a hot summer rain.
Yeah, but it was sort of a warm 70, I guess, when the rain came before yesterday.
That's true.
Yeah.
I don't like getting muddy. I got to be honest.
You know who hates that? Grounds crew.
Oh, grounds crew. What about the managers that have got to wash all the practice clothes? Oh, it's got to be miserable.
Do you just throw away all the shoes at that point and just start over?
Coach, we lost every shoe.
There is nothing worse than wet socks and shoes.
Oh, I don't like wet socks and shoes. Yeah, I think I was skinned off and went barefooted there. I mean, not skinned off, taking the socks and shoes off. One more here. These shows, the lights that people put in their house. This light show was supposed to say "Let it snow," but if you took the picture at the wrong time, it doesn't say "Let it snow."
Ah! Look at Jesus. They got Jesus on the roof.
Lay tits now?
It's French, LT. Unwrap those rascals.
Oh, boy.
All right.
That is a confusing light show with Jesus on the roof. And then that.
It's supposed to be "Let it
I got
snow."
it. I got it. Yeah, poor design.
You know somebody's creeping up to that door.
All right.
I saw your ad on the lawn.
It's like Krispy Kreme, hot now. All right, let's do it. Trash on the table. Hit it, Rockstar.
reporters have been saying some pretty nasty things about Western Pennsylvania lately. And you know, I couldn't agree with them more.
What?
I couldn't disagree with you. I couldn't agree with you more than the fact that
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, ready to make some major money moves, but your bank account is at a standstill? Well, our friends at Mortgage Right can help you get the ball rolling with a cash-out refinance, pay off debt, renovate your home, or even buy yourself that pinball machine that's been sitting in your eBay cart. Whatever needs funding is in your future if you have the home equity to back it up. With refinancing experts nationwide, Mortgage Right will guide you through the process with ease. Make your home work for you by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today. We start first with some bro code rules.
All right.
First one, if your friends help you move, you are expected to A, be packed already, and B, provide the pizza and beer.
Yes and yes.
100% yes.
Actually, you don't ask your friends to help you move.
You're not a true friend if you ask a friend to
yes,
move.
but in the event you do, you should follow those
I think we've all been there, like, fresh out of college or whatever, but there becomes a point where you just can't ask your friends to help you.
That is correct.
Oh, you can't. And call people like our friends 2 men in a truck, and it's economical and easy to do. It's easy.
Here's another one. The person who buys the shots makes the toast.
Oh, that's reasonable.
Yeah,
that's reasonable.
At the banquet that you talked about last night, nobody did a shot.
Nobody did a shot, but boy, we did some toast. Rockstar.
It was my idea, but I thought it was a good one. When it was all said and done,
my
I thought
gosh,
it was good.
can I finish the sentence? Rockstar, each of the people involved in the show said a little something. We did a toast, and then we went around the table again, and everybody at the table, wives, girlfriends, waiters, bartenders, had to toast someone specifically.
Oh, my.
Big long. Yes.
You know who I started it off with?
What?
Bo Nix.
Yeah. Not only did toast Bo Nix. Thank you for all the attention.
Oh, wow.
Here's another bro code rule. If there's like 8 open urinals, don't take the one right next to someone.
That is correct.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And I get freaked out if I'm in the urinal already and somebody does that.
Yeah.
But that happens.
Hey, let me tell you, you don't talk to other men at the urinal, too, unless,
I was about to say that, yeah.
Yeah, we're walking in, we're doing the show, we've got 4 minutes, maybe we have to say something about the show. That happens occasionally, but I'm at the UAB West Virginia game. By the way, like 1,500 West Virginia fans come to this game, and some of them had the Arena Club passes, so I'm exiting through the Arena Club, going to stop off in the bathroom, and I'm in there, first guy in there, and I've got the green and gold next round shirt on, right? Representing and supporting UAB at the same time. Not affiliated with UAB, that shirt, though.
Not at all. And so random colors.
So I'm peeing, right? Here comes the West Virginia guy in there screaming, man, what a big win. And he gets to the urinal next to me. He's trying to talk to me about the game. And I literally said, being the upset that we lost guy, I said, do you normally talk about games with other men at the urinal? And he's like, man, that was a big win for us. Don't be upset about it. Roll Tide. I thought that was going to be offensive.
Wonder if he would have put your head in the toilet.
No, he could have done that.
Or peed on your shoe.
He was older than me.
Another bro code rule. If someone offers to pay, you should ask them if they're sure. If they are sure, then it's rude to further reject what is supposed to be kindness on their part.
It can get awkward, like if you're at a dinner and they bring the check and somebody grabs it and you were going to try to pay too, and you're like, no, please don't do that. And then they say, I want to do it. At some point, you just got to let it go.
You got to let it go.
Yeah.
I think it's proper to say, no, I'll
get it. No,
I think it also depends on the person. Like if you're at dinner with somebody, and this might sound bad, but if you're at dinner with somebody that has a lot of money, and they offer to pay, then I don't think it's as big of a deal.
Like when we were covering the SEC championship game, you paid for a lot of drinks and dinner. I was just assuming that was the corporate card. Or do I owe you any money from Atlanta, or are we good?
Good time to bring it up.
I really don't know.
Okay. Well, let me know.
Yeah. I really don't know.
Weird.
Does Brown owe you anything?
Keep it going, yeah.
Okay, here's more bro code rules. Be generous with your closest friends. Buy them an occasional beer on their their favorite soft drink without keeping score or whose turn it is to pay.
Hey, Dunaway, anytime you want to, man, go over there and get you a beer. Go hit that tap anytime you want, man. It's on me.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
North Korea has banned laughing, drinking, and shopping for 11 days.
For 11 days?
11 days.
We got to have 3 things. What's the other one? Let's do shopping.
Why 11 days?
Here's the reason.
What the hell can I buy in North Korea anyway?
There's a reason. North Korea has banned its citizens from laughing, shopping, and drinking from Friday onwards as part of the 11-day mourning on the 10th anniversary of the former leader, Kim Jong-il.
Wait a minute. So he's dead?
For 10 years.
Yeah, he's been dead.
I didn't realize that.
He's not laughing drinking, or shopping.
Now, he ruled from 94 to 11. He died due to a heart attack at the age of 69 back December 17, 2011.
So his kid is Kim Jong-un?
Yes.
His father was Kim Jong-sun.
Oh, okay.
Now, according to Radio Free Asia, you guys ever listen?
All the time.
All leisure activities have been banned for the next 11 days. If anyone breaks the rule, they'll be arrested.
Yeah, probably not just arrested either.
Now, quote from Radio Free Asia, even if your family member dies during the mourning period, you're not allowed to cry out loud, and the body must be taken out after it's over. There's no way you can keep a body in your house for 11 days.
In Korea, you can.
Well, I'll tell you what,
people
man,
can't even celebrate their own birthdays.
Yeah, those communist countries, they got it made, don't they?
You guys cooking cabbage again? Nope.
Oof.
Oh, my God.
Cabbage does stink when it cooks. I like the taste of cabbage.
No, me too.
I like
kraut.
I love kraut. My wife hates it. I love sauerkraut. But even like corned beef and cabbage, I like that.
What is corned beef? My daughter asked me that at brunch the other day. She was going to order that and said, I don't even know what it is. I don't like it.
I know how to describe it, but I don't know what it is.
I was like, I don't
think cow's ass.
I was like, I don't think you're going to like it either. Order the pancakes. Yeah.
Lance is incorrect.
I am incorrect. How about this? A pastor has discovered that his gut has been brewing its own alcohol every time he eats carbs due to a rare condition.
I know a guy that's got this.
Oh, this is not good.
No, 100%. Yes. You know him too.
Yeah.
Do you know Mark Garnett?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Mark, I go to church with him at Shades Mountain Baptist Church. This is 100%
I'm assuming he doesn't care.
When he eats pasta, he gets drunk. If he eats too much pasta, he gets drunk. He's got this condition.
Although at first glance it might sound like a brilliant problem to have, that isn't the case. Adam Stump is this guy, suffers from the auto brewery syndrome, ABS. And it would lead him to become very drunk and aggressive without touching a drop of alcohol.
That's right.
Now, the 40-year-old would often black out, slur his speech. His wife, Jana, 37 years old, was convinced the husband was an alcoholic. It was only...
Where do you hide the bottles? You got to stop sneaking it around.
When the stay-at-home mom realized something was wrong, when breathalyzer showed Adam was over the legal driving limit, despite spending the entire day together without drinking.
So he blows the legal limit, too.
Yeah,
wow.
After various trips to the doctors, who also thought he was a secret alcoholic, it was discovered that he had been suffering from ABS. The data for now takes antibiotics to manage the condition.
That's right, yeah. Wow. It's a wild condition. You eat a plate full of pasta, and you are drunk as Cooter Brown.
Right,
man.
so he'd need a DD back from an Italian restaurant.
No joke.
Wow.
He's got to be careful.
Okay, I do not believe this next story, Rocky. I think you got this from, what did Brown call it, the Smuts?
Yeah, Smut Magazines, Rockstar. You've been reading those again.
Okay, here is the headline. Chaos as lady turns into goat while in bed with boyfriend.
Well, how do you not believe that?
All right, let's hear the rest of this.
Yeah,
I think it started out like
You're
this.
going in skeptical.
Young Kenyan man identified as Joel has lost his sanity after a new girlfriend he met in a market turned into a goat while they were having sex in a local village.
Yeah. Let me tell you what really happened here. He's having sex with a goat, and somebody walked in, and he's like, what happened to the girl that was right here?
I swear. Well, let me finish, and then we'll talk about it.
I believe Dunaway has gotten to the bottom of this.
Yes.
Very
Now,
quickly.
Joel narrated to the Kenyan-based K24 TV how beautiful the beautiful lady agreed to be his girlfriend.
That's right. She was
following their first unplanned encounter.
Uh-huh.
Now, the, quote, strange lady, he said, accompanied him to his house. Joel went on to say, quote, I met this beautiful lady at the local market. I was going back to where I work as a Shamba boy. Talked about love. She agreed to be my girlfriend, so I requested her to accompany me to my house. She agreed. Everything was okay until we entered my bedroom. She's pretty aggressive, by the way.
I would say so.
In the first hour.
Charging right in there.
When did you agree to be his girlfriend?
The lady suddenly turned into a big goat with long horns made of bottles of soda that we had just drunk.
Yep.
Wow.
I can see this happening.
Yeah. You know what this is? It's a bad lie.
Oh, my God.
Lance laughed.
Oh, that's all I
because he's
got.
drunk on pasta.
I am.
All right, that is Trash, brought to you by
our friends at Mortgage Right's holiday season. We want you to do gift giving right. Buying that perfect gift for your loved one can be expensive, and you don't want to be driving the sleigh with a couple of reindeer down. So get a cash out refi with Mortgage Right to crank up the Christmas spirit. Get started today at mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 equal housing lender.
Oh, baby.
Brandon Marcello coming up at the top of the hour. We'll talk to him, a little NFL later on. But when we come back, what does LT make of the Mark Stoops contract extension, and a lot more as the show's being brought to you by the great folks at Champy's, world-famous fried chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, open right now for lunch, open tonight for dinner, easy-to-go orders as well, including those world-famous tamales. Check them out online at champyschicken.com. They're spectacular.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where two slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the next round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
The holidays are here, and so is the chance to put some extra money in your pocket by getting a cash-out refinance with Mortgage Right. Whether it's college tuition, home improvement, or a one-way ticket to the North Pole, the refinance experts at Mortgage Right can help you use your home equity to get cash fast. They are committed to bringing you an easier and faster cash-out refinance experience. So visit mortgageright.com/TNR to cash out before the holidays end. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Hello, I'm J.L. Shea, and 4 generations of Sheas have run our business in the same spot in downtown Homewood. People ask me from time to time why we do what we do. I can tell you that it's just not all about the clothes, although we are a little obsessive about the brands we bring into our store. No, we do what we do because of people just like you. And through all these years, I've learned one critical lesson. The most important part of a man's wardrobe is fit. When your clothes fit, they feel like part of you, not just something you put on in the morning. You move more easily, you feel more confident. And fit is not an accident or a matter of luck. It shows whether you're buying a made-to-measure suit, a jacket off the rack, or a pair of jeans. We're going to ensure that the fit is perfectly you. Come see us at Shea's. I promise you'll notice a difference. That's Shea's in downtown Homewood, where we have been since 1922.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreystoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
At Bromberg's, we know what it takes to be Alabama's longest-standing business. Hi, this is Ricky Bromberg, and we've made our reputation by partnering with master craftsman jeweler Philip Finnegan, who combines classic beauty with impeccable quality into timeless designs that can be worn every day. We've also enlisted master crystal engraver Harold Herglatz Jr. to create exclusive engraved pieces. You see, at Bromberg's, if you can imagine it, we can make it. Bromberg's, a Christmas tradition in Alabama since 1836, Mountain Brook and the Summit.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
All right, lock time. By the way, we got 3 football games today. We got a college game that goes at 1:30. It's the Myrtle Beach Bowl.
College Grid, as
Yep.
Fitz used to call it. We got any Pro Grid?
It's Old Dominion in Tulsa. 2 6-6 teams. Maybe LT will play that game in just a second. That's on the ESPN. Our friends Marty and McGee are actually announcing that game. They did it last year. We got 2 NFL games today. The best one of the day is the 4 o'clock game, which is the Raiders and Browns. But Spain Park, Nick Mullins is starting in that one for the Browns. Both teams need to win for their playoff hopes. Back in August, you knew exactly the Browns' playoff hopes would rely on the shoulders of Nick Mullins. That's happening today. And the Vikings need a win tonight against the Bears in the normal Monday night game.
You have any of those teams in your playoffs?
You gotta have some.
I think I may have the Browns. I'll check while you give the lock. It's brought to you by our friends at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com. Jeremy Purvis, a great prognosticator himself, also an unbelievable businessman with Iron Mountain Construction, Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. It's all under one roof. If you need help on your construction site or just residential commercial plumbing, they give free quotes either way. ironmountainworld.com, ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
So Old Dominion didn't even play football last year, and what a turnaround of a season, coming back and playing in only their second ever bowl. This Tulsa team much better than 6-6. They've won 3 consecutive games. Shamari Brooks running the football will run. I'll go 185 and 3 touchdowns today, Shamari Brooks.
Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That's a lot.
That's the difference. Tulsa minus the 8, the Golden Hurricane. That is your lock today.
My NFL playoff teams are Kansas City, Buffalo, the Rams, the Titans, the 49ers, the Buccaneers, the Packers, and the Browns.
Yes.
Buffalo and the Browns are tricky for you. I mean, the whole daggum league is 7-7 or 8-6. I mean, it's just a mess.
Buffalo will get there.
I think Buffalo will get there.
I think they will. The remainder of their schedule, I was looking at it yesterday because it affects the Dolphins.
49ers and Browns are my concern.
Yeah, you don't be concerned with the 49ers. 49ers might win the Super Bowl.
Dun, 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 dun.
I'm telling you.
Dun, 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 dun.
I think the 49ers can end up being one of the best teams in the NFL. But the Browns, if they lose today and drop to 7-7, that's a problem.
Well, let's talk NFL since we're rolling here. We'll push the Mark Stoops conversation back a little bit. It's this look back at the NFL yesterday and what's ahead today, brought to you by our friends at Michelson, where you can see clearly now that playoff picture starting to take shape.
Yeah, make the call today to find out if LASIK is right for you. 969-8100. That's the number that I called almost 2 decades ago. Went in, I wore the contacts, wasted money on contacts and solution for years. Finally went and got screened. I was a potential candidate, got the procedure done. I now have 2015 vision, better than 2020. Call today. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. Get scheduled that hassle-free consultation. 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Got to start with the fact that the Saints beat my Buccaneers again. We have no answer for the New Orleans Saints.
You do not.
9-0. Last coach to shut out Tom Brady?
Nick Saban.
Isn't that amazing?
That is crazy. I mean, Saban has not been in the NFL for a long time.
But everybody's raving about that stat, how long it's been since Brady's been shut out. Drew Brees never got shut out his whole career. Never shut out.
Do you understand how difficult it is to shut out an NFL team?
Yeah, especially one with a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Well, and especially one that leads the NFL in over 31 points per game. I mean, they were the NFL's best offense.
They were, but we lost all 3 of our playmakers in that game. It was unbelievable.
And you lost to Taysom Hill. It's not as if getting shut out was not embarrassing enough.
Well, Taysom didn't play well.
Yeah, it's not like he did anything.
I'm well aware. Taysom didn't play well.
They kicked 3 field goals, and Brady turned it over left and right.
Well, that was my point. The fact, I mean, now if you got shut out and lost that game facing Mahomes, you're like, better quarterback. But freaking Taysom Hill still beat you?
The only way our season would have gone worse last night for the rest of the year would have been if Brady himself got hurt. I mean, Godwin's done for the rest of the regular season, maybe the rest of the year.
Yeah, what's the deal on Fournette?
Fournette, we're waiting to hear.
Devin White?
Yeah. I mean, we're waiting to hear. I mean, they could be torn hamstrings.
So it's all about matchups, really, when it comes to the NFL, because, again, you guys can't match up with the Saints. I think the Rams match up nicely with the Bucs, but the Rams can't beat the 49ers or Green Bay. And watching Green Bay again yesterday and just how precise Aaron Rodgers is, he drives me crazy. He is so good. And I think he's playing his best football right now.
Yeah,
I think he'll end up winning MVP. And I think right now, if you had to, a team that's going to win the Super Bowl, I would say Green Bay now.
Their defense is worrisome, though. I mean, that they're not facing Lamar Jackson against Baltimore, and Baltimore was matching them score for score, basically, in that game. And Troy Aikman continued to point out, I don't know what they're doing here defensively.
But their defense,
why are they letting Mark Andrews run free in the middle of the field?
The defense, Joe Carroll for the majority of the year has been really good.
Yeah.
They just had some meltdowns yesterday against Tyler Huntley. I thought Huntley played well.
He did.
He did. He's had a couple of times to come into the games this year, but he got to start, prepared, and looked good doing it. Lunsford would tell you he won our daily fantasy for the next round, and Mark Andrews was the play yesterday. Right?
Oh, I mean, they throw to him every other down.
Yeah, that was the difference maker in most daily fantasies yesterday. Packers, Aaron Rodgers ties Brett Favre's touchdown record. Just a big day. Huge win for Pittsburgh yesterday. They kept their hopes alive. With that, T.J. Watt became the Pittsburgh Steelers' all-time leading sack leader, passing James Harrison.
Now, look, that's a good division, the AFC North. Cincinnati controls their own destiny right now. But if Cleveland loses today, they drop to 7-7. You've got 8-6 Cincy, 8-6 Baltimore, 7-6-1 Pittsburgh. So Cleveland would be in the basement.
They would be.
Cincinnati, by the way, their 5th road win. They're not just winning; they're winning on the road.
Well, the other side of that Steelers game, though, featured the Titans, who have lost 3 or 4. Their only recent win has been over Jacksonville, 20-0, the day before Urban Meyer got fired. I mean, that was the Urban Meyer send-off. This Tennessee team is struggling.
Well, they're going this way.
And
Indy's
the
going
Colts
that
are going
way.
the other way. Yep.
And that could be a problem for you too, Dunaway, because it seemed like that division was out of reach a month ago.
It did.
And now, have they already played twice this year, though?
Who, Colts? And I looked what Tennessee's got left because I'm going to the Dolphins game in a couple of weeks.
Lunsford
they
says
played
yes.
twice.
Yeah.
Tennessee has got who do they play this week? Somebody tough. And then they've got the Dolphins. They finish with the Texans.
Yeah, the Colts got to go to Cardinals, Raiders, and at Jags.
Yeah.
And then, as Ryan Clark, the analyst on ESPN, pointed out, the Cardinals have start cardinalling. They are starting to look like the Cardinals again. They lose to the Lions yesterday. So that's a little bit of the NFL from yesterday. One other note from the NFL after Brown tells us about our friends with Alabama Power.
I'll tell you that, and I'll also tell you the Cardinals could potentially miss the playoffs.
That would take a lot of cardinaling.
It would, but 3 in a row could potentially at 10-7 knock them out of the playoffs.
They do look poorly coached.
For more than a century, Alabama Power and its employees have served our state. That's not all. Alabama Power Lakes offer a wealth of recreational opportunities for residents and visitors, which supports local business and good health. Not to mention, lakes provide clean, renewable hydropower. Learn more, alabamapower.com/environment. Alabama Power, power for a better Alabama. I don't know if 10-7 makes the NFC playoffs. I guess it does. But the Cardinals legit could finish 10-7. They've got the Colts, who are playing very well, at the Cowboys, and then the Seahawks. Those are tough games.
Kerry says, if the Cards lose out, is Kingsbury on the hot seat? If this falls apart on him, I think he gets fired.
I mean, if they miss the playoffs.
Oh, yeah, he would get fired.
Yeah,
I think so, too.
And you go from what a lot of people viewed as the NFL Coach of the Year a month ago to possibly getting fired if the bottom completely falls out. Okay. I don't think it will, though.
More college football, Brandon Marcello at the top of the hour. But real quickly, the Jaguars point out after our show on Friday, and it was discussed all weekend long, they do not intend to pay Urban Meyer. They would pay him. Obviously, he got a paycheck until he got fired, but they're not paying out his contract. And they're firing him with cause. And not just for one thing, a bunch of things. If you're Urban Meyer, do you challenge that and let all the dirt come out?
It depends on what those bunch of things are. I mean, and Urban knows what they are. And if you challenge it, there is a possibility all that stuff comes to light. And Urban's probably arrogant enough to think he can coach again, and he may be able to. But if enough comes to light, he won't be.
Right. So, yeah, if you're Urban, you've already got a lot of money. You reach a settlement. I mean, they're not going to pay him in full. He knows that. But he'll get something out of
because
it.
you go to Jacksonville if you're Urban and say, y'all don't want this to all come out because it's going to make you look bad too. Right. I don't want it to come out. We know that. You want to be done with this. Let's do it for this number. And they'll this number. Then you go back and forth. You find some common ground.
Okay. That's interesting, though. They're saying that. I mean, usually you just – people pay it, move on. Let's forget I ever did this, but that's not the case there. All right, tomorrow, tacky sweater day on the show. We'll have tacky sweaters on. We'd love for you, if you've had a tacky sweater party recently or going to one, you got a tacky sweater, throw it on and send us a picture. We'd love to see it all day tomorrow. Tacky sweater day tomorrow. We're in Dallas 1 week from today, doing the next round on the road to the national championship. Make plans to join us all next week, not only for our normal show, but specialty shows 5 o'clock or after for the drive home. It'll be on all of our social media platforms, not streamed on the app, though. Those specialty shows are video only. Make plans to join us all next week from Dallas as we hit the road to the national championship game.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key, and Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar, featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players, one collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home, only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique you may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
Hi, I'm Electra, up here on the Alabama Power Building watching the Magic City grow like magic. But it's not magic. It's movers and shakers like you. Being a statue, I'm jealous, especially since First Bank opened in Homewood, with local decision makers and great digital banking that make you unstoppable. I'm still a statue, but at least that big guy on the skyline shakes me up.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Brandon Marcello in just a second to talk a little college football with us from 24/7 Sports. Final hour of the show. Headlines being brought to you by Rockstar's Guy.
My guy is Adam Mestre there, Dunaway. You know, he's a third-generation realtor who was born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Thinking of selling your house in the spring? You need to act now because January is one of the busiest months when it comes to listing your home. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
A new basketball poll is out from the AP. The top 25, Baylor, Duke, Purdue, Gonzaga, and UCLA. Bama drops down to 10. Auburn is at number 12 after the big win over St. Louis over the weekend. Bo Nix is at Oregon, reuniting with Kenny Dillingham. It's official, what we told you on the show last week. Austin Davis is the OC for Auburn. And UAB with the big win, some calling it the biggest in program history, over 13th-ranked BYU in the Independence Bowl over the weekend.
Brandon Marcello with us now on the Pepsi Hotline at BMarcello on Twitter, 24/7 Sports Online. Welcome in, Brandon. Hope you're doing well today.
What's up, guys?
Not much. I'll start there. You lived in this state for a little while, and you look on the national scene. I don't view this as the biggest win in UAB history, but it is the highest-ranked team they've beaten. I mean, I guess it gives you some publicity, but I think winning a conference championship's a bigger win to me.
Yeah, I think so. And plus, I hate saying things like this, but we always talk about bowl season and some bowls not meaning a lot, and not a lot of people remember bowl victories. And yeah, it's on national television, but how many people are talking about UAB, BYU today? If this was a regular season game, I think they'd be talking about it a lot more. So yeah, I'd have to go through UAB's history, but I have a difficult time to even think that this is the biggest in school history, even over, of course, winning a conference championship.
You covered Bo Nix. He obviously is in the news. We talked about this earlier. We find out that Ole Miss fans are disappointed. Oregon fans are excited. I was surprised he's going to Oregon, and I'm kind of blown away that people have this perception that Bo Nix is a really good quarterback. I thought he was improved this year, Brandon, but that does surprise me a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that. I didn't know that about the way the fans were reacting. If you had told me, it's crazy. It doesn't seem like Spencer Rattler should be going to Oregon and Bo Nix should be going to South Carolina.
Yeah. A little bit, yeah. That's a good point, yeah.
That sounds like that's what should happen. But yeah, it's interesting. Obviously that Kenny Dillingham connection's really helped out there. But I keep seeing people going, well, Bo Nix is going to face Georgia in the season opener. Is Bo Nix going to be the starter? I'm not so certain. I mean, they've got Ty Thompson still on the roster there, and I know they're going through a staff change and everything, and he didn't really play this year. But I mean, coaches lie all the time, but Mario Cristobal at one point said he was the best quarterback among all the freshmen in college football last year. So if that's the case, I would say that the best freshman in college football, if that's the case, is better than Bo Nix today. But we'll see. Maybe Bo Nix, what he needs is just a really, really, really good offensive line to showcase exactly what he's capable of, because he never had that at Auburn, let's face it.
Yeah, he did not. I'm interested in your thoughts on Mark Stoops' new contract at Kentucky. I mean, inevitably there are certain people, Brandon, who get jobs, and we always say, if they have one winning season, they will leave there for a bigger job. And Mark Stoops on this show was that guy. We all were like, with that name at Kentucky, if he goes 7-5 one year, look out, he's going somewhere else. And here he is still at Kentucky. Is that surprising to you? And how impressed are you with the job he's done in Lexington?
Yeah, it is a little surprising. I thought that maybe this would be the year that someone takes him or someone actually makes a really strong push to go get him. I thought that, to me, the job that fit the most maybe was OU, going there. But the whole idea of maybe following in the footsteps of your brother, maybe that's something that the school, for one, didn't really like. And anyway, but I guess what I'm trying to say is, OU seemed to be pretty set on Brent Venables from the start. LSU was really just trying to go for a big name. It didn't matter really who, but it had to be a huge name. And I guess Mark Stoops doesn't really fit that. But Yeah, I think he's there to stay at this point, unless a really, really big job opens in the Big Ten and they actually take him seriously. Because I think he'd leave for a job like that. At least I would. I think he would be a killer in the Big Ten recruiting. I mean, he's an Ohio guy. He's already got great recruiting roots in Ohio and recruiting for Kentucky. I mean, could you imagine him, leading Michigan or Ohio State? Now, those jobs aren't opening. Doesn't seem like anytime soon. But, going into this past season, I was sitting there thinking, man, if Michigan was smart, if Harbaugh kind of falls on his face this year and they get rid of him, man, Mark Stoops would be one of the first guys I call. But, I mean, the things change day to day and week to week and season to season, of course. And it certainly looks like I think the job market for Mark Stoops is kind of closed down for the next few years. And if that's the case, as long as he's been there, maybe he should just finish out his career there because, at some point you got to go, I don't feel like starting over again unless it's a place where I might win a championship within a couple of years.
At B Marcello on Twitter, 24/7 Sports to read Brandon Marcello, who's with us on the Pepsi hotline. Do you think Cincinnati's defense facing Alabama's offense will be more of a wow moment for them, or their offense facing Alabama's defense? Which one do you think is the bigger mismatch for Cincinnati?
The biggest mismatch, I think, is Cincinnati's offense against Alabama's defense. And I know people like to degrade Alabama's defense from time to time, but listen, Cincinnati's offense has struggled at times anyway against mid-tier teams and mid-tier defenses and even some bad defenses. I think the most fascinating matchup is obviously that Cincinnati secondary, which is the best in the playoff, against that Alabama receiving core and that Alabama offense. That if Sauce Gardner and those guys can really play up to expectations the way they're capable, and their defensive coordinator is able to play a lot of press man coverage and really challenge them physically, and Cincinnati has some success early, this could be a really good game. But I think that's the big thing is if Cincinnati is unable to hold their own in the secondary against those big time receivers, it's going to be a long day for the Bearcats.
Do you think there's anything to Kirby Smart? I mean, obviously Georgia fans would like to see Cincinnati win, and they beat Michigan. Easier task against Cincinnati. But Kirby sooner or later has got to beat Nick Saban. Is there any part of Kirby do you think wants a rematch with Nick Saban this year?
Maybe so. I would think that the players would at Georgia. I mean, that's kind of just a natural for players that go, you know what, we want to beat the team that just beat us, and we got an opportunity to do it. Let's do it. I would think that probably there is some competitive side of Kirby Smart that just goes, yeah, let's do it. I mean, you don't want to necessarily have the easiest way to a playoff, to a championship. And I say easiest way. I mean, it's difficult at this point. But, yeah, I would think Georgia would want it. I know the players would want it because they didn't like the way that SEC championship game transpired. And as we know, for any team, it's difficult to beat someone 2 times in the same season, let alone 2 times within a month. So that would be fascinating. And I would think Georgia's learned from some of their mistakes. I was talking to some people around Georgia after that game defensively, and they realized almost out of the locker room and going into the second half that they completely mismanaged their game plan defensively against Alabama. They should have changed things up, and they did a little bit in the second half. They did. So I think they've learned from their mistakes. But having said that, they would adjust in the rematch. But Nick Saban, of course, would adjust going in too, just as we saw going to the SEC championship game. It's obviously a chess match, but and it seems like Nick Saban is just always 1 or 2 steps ahead. Even when goodness gracious, we went into that game just thinking Alabama had no shot, that they'd lose by double digits potentially. And but I would suspect it'll be a much closer game should they meet again, because those Georgia defensive coaches realize that they mishandled that game plan wise.
I can't recall actors and storylines as good as Lance does, but if Nick Saban's the Kevin Bacon of college football, 7 degrees removed from everything in college football, what is Will Muschamp? Because here we are Will Muschamp's retired, and now he's a big part of this playoff run with Dan Lanning going to Oregon.
He's the Samuel L. Jackson. He's had a million different jobs in football. That's who he is.
And now here he is with a big role in this one. I mean, it's pretty neat that he's got Will Muschamp there to sort of pick up the slack with Dan Lanning having to do 2 jobs.
Yeah, I would say Will Muschamp is like Don Cheadle. He's a great character actor that like just shows up and things go, oh, I know that guy and he's pretty good.
That's a great one. That's a great one.
But you don't want him leading a film unless it's, it failed at Florida. But I think that, Will Muschamp, we're about to see his 18th second chance. And he's a great coordinator. We all know that. So I think going into the future, he'll end up being the guy that calls plays there at Georgia going into next season and probably solely. We'll see. It's incredible his career following it, and the guy loves football. I mean, he could easily just go sit at home and count his money and consult and do all that if he wants to, but like he immediately wants to get back into it. I mean, he went to campus at Georgia within a few days of being fired at South Carolina, and was like, I want to be an analyst or a student assistant or something. Give me something. I want to help. And that's a credit to him. He just loves being around the game.
All right, go read Brandon's work, 24/7 Sports. Follow him on Twitter at @bmarcello, on Twitter. Brandon, it is always great, man. Have a great Christmas to you and your family. Thank you for the time.
All right, thanks, guys. Happy holidays, everyone.
You too. Take care. Brandon Marcello with us on the Pepsi Hotline. Always nice with his time. Joe Goodman, AL.com columnist, disagrees with us as he was listening in on the interview, says it's definitely the biggest victory in UAB football history. Biggest name they've beaten. I'm not going to argue that.
And he does make a point. Brandon was talking about us not talking about it on Monday, but we were literally talking about it, about nobody talking about it.
We're in Birmingham, too.
No,
I think point.
Yeah, if that would have been in the regular season, people would be talking about that nationally.
Normally in the bowl season, you watch a bowl, you think about it, and the next day you got 4 more. So you flush everything you've seen and you move on. Yeah. And I think that's what will happen today.
That's right. And you're probably exactly right. That's why I started the show saying, I thought it was a conference championship, most likely the first one. But
I think so.
But these are high-profile wins when you beat a ranked team. But I'm almost with Brandon there. It seems like it would resonate more if UAB had beaten a 13th ranked team in the regular season than even in this bowl game situation.
Yeah, that first conference championship game, I remember being in Mercedes-Benz Stadium for Alabama, Georgia, right?
Yeah, it was an SEC championship, and you had the Big Ten going on and the ACC and the Big 12. I mean, it got lost on that Saturday unless you were a UAB fan.
Yeah. So, I mean, there is that point. Yeah. I don't disagree with that.
Let's do our Redmont vodka tweet of the day right here, brought to you by Redmont Distilling. I'm in this. These things pop up in your story because last week when we had Bo Nix on, Justin Hokanson sent out a clip from our show talking about how Bo said, he really would prefer not to play against Auburn, go to a school play against Auburn because he truly loves Auburn. And it has led to this text exchange. I just got to read to you the last 2 responses here, and it's brought to you by our friends at Redmont Vodka.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides a smooth finish that doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled. Available at your local package store, including Pink Package and the Beverage Place. Also, ABC stores. Pick up a bottle this holiday season of Redmont Vodka.
Yeah, Bo in the interview talking about how much he loved Auburn and got his degree there and didn't really necessarily want to go and play against Auburn, but that wouldn't scare him away. Allie sent out a GIF doing this, right? And somebody responded, Headless Doogie says, Allie, LOL, I get it, but if nothing else, I truly believe he loves Auburn. Her response to him, of course, and my ex who was fornicating with a new grad nurse loved me too. And she put, quote, love me too. It's a great response.
Yeah, no,
a little very descriptive example.
Well, she used fornicating.
She did use the word fornicating.
Yeah, you don't hear that word a lot anymore.
You do not.
You're
right. Yeah.
Well, when you don't want to get banned by Twitter, you drop it in there.
So she's saying Bo is the ex that was having an affair with a nurse, but still loved his wife.
Yeah, well, I love you. I really do love you.
That is a bit of a stretch there for Bo.
Yeah.
I think Bo kind of divorced first, right? Before he moved on to Oregon.
But did he ever meet the girlfriend? Did he
That's what we don't know. I do not have that answer.
And does Don Cheadle walk into the room?
I do not have that answer.
Jeff Goodman reporting that NC State basketball, and it's got a local tie here, does not get a postseason ban. They do have a 1-year show cause for former Alabama and then NC State coach Mark Gottfried, and a 6-year show cause for former assistant Orlando Early, who I think also had Alabama ties.
He was an assistant with Godfrey.
There.
Yeah.
So 6-year show cause for Orlando Early. Mark Gottfried gets a 1-year show cause, but no postseason ban for North Carolina State. So they ended up with no ban at all. NC State didn't have to miss any basketball postseason.
I don't think they've been back to a Final Four since they won it all in '83.
Yeah,
you're probably right about that.
The Final Four is a lot, though. They don't go to the tournament as much as you would think NC State should.
It is, but still, I mean, that is Riley. That's their number one. That's a basketball school.
It is,
and you just would think over the last 40 years, almost, almost 40 years.
When we come back on the next round, we will tell you how you can win a pair of tickets to go tomorrow night and watch Alabama play basketball at the BJCC. But if you don't win a pair of tickets, here's how you get them. You just go to Ticketmaster.com. Now, you don't put in Alabama basketball because for some reason it's not set up for that to pop up on your timeline. You need to put in CM Newton Classic, and it'll pop up, and you can buy your tickets there, Ticketmaster.com. Be a great night of basketball. Alabama, now number 10 in the AP poll, against Davidson, 6 o'clock tomorrow night at the BJCC, Ticketmaster.com. Next segment, we will tell you how you can win a pair of those, and we'll talk about Mark Stoops staying at Kentucky. I'll ask these guys this question: which coach are you biggest surprised by still at their school after all this crazy coaching carousel? Which one surprises you the most? The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Gutter Cap. Time to get those gutters capped for a new year as we get into 2022.
Yeah, right now on the January installs, 45% off the great patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters. It's Gutter Cap. It will keep out the debris, eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Call Chris Stewart now, 823-2212. You can always go online. Go to guttercapbirmingham.com. Stay off the dangerous ladder forever. You don't want to get on the roof. You slip, you fall, snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it, don't snap it. 823-2212. It's Gutter Cap.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Think about this scenario for one moment. You wake up, step on the floor, and you feel water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. I've got the answer. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Dry Tech Water Restoration. They respond quickly and reply within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They've got crews ready to go at all times 24/7, and they work for the customer. It's always the number one priority. Your first call isn't the insurance company. It's Dry Tech Water Restoration. 205-637-0143. What's new at Beef O'Brady's this holiday season? A new location. Beef O'Brady's just opened a new location at Brook Highlands Plaza on Highway 280. A great happy hour, food specials every Monday through Thursday, and great food and sports all week long. Open 7 days a week with more than 22 televisions and a Sunday ticket. It is your place to unwind, relax, and watch your favorite team play. Beef O'Brady's in Hoover, Helena, and now in Brook Highlands Plaza on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's. Good food, good sports.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get Ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
This hour of the next round is brought to you by Cardinal Roofing. Santa is coming soon, and you want him to be safe when he lands on your roof. That's why you should make sure your new roof comes from Cardinal Roofing. Call them today, 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Happy holidays to all from Cardinal Roofing.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Bridge and Root is an exclusive men's shop located in downtown Birmingham. They specialize in uniqueness, authenticity, and quality. They offer styles that are refreshing and different. Bridge and Root gives you the ability to shop with ease while being educated on styles, colors, fabrics, and the how-tos in men's fashion. From men's clothing to body care, you will find it at Bridge and Root. Located at 2212 Morris Avenue, Suite 200 on 1st Avenue North, you can also visit their website at bridgeandroot.com. That's bridgeandroot.com.
Back with you on the next round. Don't forget, live every day this week until Friday. We're off Friday for New Year's Eve. And we wish all of you a very Merry Christmas.
Christmas Eve.
What'd I say?
New Year's Eve.
Okay. We're live I'm fast forwarding too fast.
Yep.
Live every day this week until Friday. Off Friday for Christmas Eve. We wish all of you a very Merry Christmas. The next week, we're live every day from Dallas. And we'll have some specialty shows for you every day as well. So our normal shows, and then shows in the afternoons, and we'll tell you more about those as we get closer from Dallas. And we appreciate all the many sponsors who are allowing us to continue on the road to the national championship, starting 1 week from today when we broadcast live from Dallas. One of those sponsors we appreciate so much, our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City is the guy there. Locally owned for over 20 years, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Let me tell you what Greg will do for you. First of all, Greg, you can trust him because we do. Insurance customers, insurance companies, and their representatives trust Greg because he's always up on the roof and he deals with them fairly. So he's built up a reputation. That means those insurance companies are willing to work with Greg. That gets you the best deal with your insurance companies. And he'll also work with you. He'll give you a free, no-cost inspection, absolutely free. He'll get up and inspect your roof and give you a fair assessment on whether or not you need any roof repairs at all, what you need, how much you need, or maybe nothing at all, which is what he told Rockstar. 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, or just simply go to Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Tell him the next round sent you. It's Greg from Pell City with Storm Restoration Roofing. Mark Stoops contract extension through 2028. Extended out there. It's going to make $6.35 million on January 1st. About a $500,000 raise on the base. And he's going to hang around in Kentucky through 2028. Your initial reaction when you saw that, and then I'll ask the bigger question after that.
Yeah, I wanted to ask because I don't know where you stand. I know Lance has him in our contest. You thought Mark Stoops, based on what he did, had to be brought into the realm of where college football is. Does this do that for you as the Kentucky? I mean, he's making $6.5 million to coach Kentucky football.
I think that's the low end
of the realm.
I mean, it's big for Kentucky, but for what he's doing at Kentucky, it's the low end of what
I'm
coaches
surprised.
who are doing what he is doing is making.
You thought he'd be where, Lance?
I thought he would be making about $8 million a year,
which is what Calipari is making.
Yeah.
Making. You would not pay him what you're paying Calipari.
That was the problem.
Yeah,
and that's what happened. You know, I guess if Calipari would have had a better year last year, maybe you give him. Does it look bad if you give Calipari a raise just out of the blue and then you give Stoops
a raise?
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to do that.
I think that really proves that we are a basketball
Just
school.
slide the scale up a little bit to get Stoops.
But I think
I don't think Stoops
Calipari
would have cared.
That is the reason he didn't get more money.
Because of Cal.
Yeah.
I mean, he's within $1.5 million of Cal, which is crazy to think about. That
Some people have a cap. He's got a cow.
That's true. Okay. But, I mean, to think that the football coach at Kentucky is within $1.5 million a year of the basketball coach at Kentucky is pretty crazy. I think this is fair. I think for what Kentucky football is and for what Stoops has done, they're paying their coach $6.5 million. I mean, that's fair. And you know what you've done with that? You've ensured Mark Stoops is only going to take a handful of jobs. There are not a lot of jobs he can leave Kentucky for now and not go backwards money-wise. Now, Stoops may choose to go backwards money-wise. You can't help that if he's going to make that decision. There's nothing you can do to stop that. But that's all about image of the program. But how many jobs can Stoops leave for and get a raise now? Not many.
And again, as Brandon said, and you've got to start over again.
No, that's right. Yeah.
But
I mean, you've about locked him in for life now.
Depends on what you want. Like he's got a comfort zone now at Kentucky. I think Kentucky fans have bought in. Hey, we've got a quality product. We're going to have it year in, year out. There is consistency. We're going to win 7, 8, 9 games a year. But the problem is he is never going to win a championship.
He is not.
That is ultimately his goal.
He's accepted this, I think.
If he has, but there could be another stop.
He's found a niche. Is it niche or niche?
Niche.
I think niche just sounds so uppity.
Yeah.
I think in the South we could say niche.
So does this is in my foyer.
Oh, foyer is
I
awful.
put flowers in that vase.
Yeah, vase is bad too.
Yeah. It's a vase. It's a 4-year.
I'm going niche.
Yeah, I'll go niche.
I go niche, but I think it's niche.
I think Rockstar's right. I think it is niche, but I think we talk.
Okay, but if
is
I
it
say
a click
niche,
or a cliche?
Oh, it's a click.
I don't know. I can never find it.
You're damn near 3D.
That was fantastic.
All right, so he's found a niche. Niche.
Yes, whatever we're doing. I'm so off now.
By recruiting, he's can sell the SEC to those. He can.
He's found it.
He can find recruits in Big Ten country that want to play in the SEC that are not there. He's found a niche. So we'll move on. So tell me, we'll do our Pradco question of the day right here.
Okay. Read it, Jimmy.
Our Pradco question of the day brought to you by Pradco Outdoor Brands. Shopping outdoor enthusiast gift for this holiday season for Christmas. You can save 40% right now with the Pradco Outdoor Brand Signature Hunting Holiday Bundle. The bundle includes a trail camera, deer feeder, hand warmer, and scent elimination spray from your trusted favorite hunting brands like Moultrie, Summit, Decode from Code Blue as well. Purchase this bundle with all that stuff in it, the trail camera, the deer feeder, the hand warmer, the scent elimination spray, all online at either the Moultrie website, the Summit website, or the Code Blue website. Offer ends December 31st. You're going to save 40%, and the shipping is free right now on this bundle from our friends at Pradco. Go to the Moultrie website, the Summit website, or the Code Blue website today and take advantage of this holiday bundle and save 40% with free shipping right now. So which coach surprises you the most that is still at their job? It can't be Mark Stoops, though, right? It's got to be somebody else. Maybe it is Mark Stoops for you.
No, it surprised me a little bit because I thought he'd be in the mix for jobs like Florida and LSU.
I think it might be Lane Kiffin. I mean, if you had told me that Ole Miss went 10-2, if you'd have just given me this information at the beginning of the season, right? Nothing but this information.
Right.
Ole Miss goes 10-2, and the following jobs at one point or another are open: Florida, Notre Dame, Oklahoma, and LSU and USC. I'm not saying I thought Kiffin would get one of those jobs, but I would have thought Kiffin, Oregon. Let me throw in another one: Oregon, Miami. I mean, that list of jobs, if you'd given me that list of jobs, I'm not saying I think Kiffin gets one of those, but I think all the chaos gets Kiffin a job that is not Ole Miss.
Yeah, and there are some sexy locations there that would fit Lane's personality, like Miami and Oregon.
Yeah.
That would have been a good Lane fits there.
So it might be Lane. Like
LSU would have been a great Lane fit, I think.
Knowing he went 10-2 and knowing all those jobs came open at one point or another, I would be surprised he was still in Ole Miss.
I think I'd go Luke Fickell. Now, Fickell is getting paid, and he got Cincinnati where we thought he couldn't get him a college football playoff. But with all those open jobs and such a hot name, and the job he's been able to do at Cincinnati has been incredible, and he's still relatively young.
That's helped out, though, by them moving to the Big 12 and them in the playoffs. He couldn't bail on the season, and everybody wanted to hire the coach quick, right?
Still a little surprised. I mean, you think about his former defense coordinator just last year is now the head coach at Notre Dame. Like, if you would have told me there was going to be a Cincinnati tie that gets the Notre Dame job,
you
it
would
was
have said
Luke
it's Luke Fickell. If I don't even have to say Cincinnati tie, even if I told you, hey, Notre Dame comes open, you would have said, well, Luke Fickell will be right in the middle of that.
Yep.
Yeah, with this many big job openings, I'm shocked that Luke Fickell is still Cincinnati. Because they like Stoops. I guess Fickell's a lifer at Cincinnati.
You guys bring up all really good points there. All of those, Stoops, Kiffin, and Fickell are great ones. I was going to go James Franklin.
I don't disagree with that.
Because I feel like this is trending where it's going to end bad for Franklin at Penn State.
I think, no. Again, all these, if you had given me the information that all these jobs had come open, there is zero chance I think James Franklin's still at Penn State. You're absolutely right, Dunaway. I mean, to know that USC came open, LSU, Oklahoma, all those jobs I mentioned, and he's up for every job, and he doesn't get one of those jobs from Penn State, that is surprising.
Yeah. Trying to think of anyone else that
By the way,
not.
11 and 10 over the last 2 years.
Franklin?
Yeah. And
I'm not saying he's deserving of any of them.
And sub 500 back-to-back years now in the Big Ten.
Yeah. I'm not saying Lancey's deserving of any of them. I'm just surprised he didn't get any of them. Or at least he didn't get something out of this. I mean, he got a raise, but I just – yeah. I mean, James Franklin, he's mentioned for every single job there is. So how is he still at Penn State right now?
Yeah, I mean, if you'd have told me before the season started, more likely James Franklin got another job out of Penn State or that Dan Mullen got fired at Florida.
Yeah, I would have said Penn State. James Franklin out of Penn State.
What's more surprising, the fact that when's the last time Penn State won a national championship? They had that split one in
the 94, right, where they split with they beat Oregon in the Rose. Who did they split with?
No, they haven't won one since the Miami game.
Did they not get a split?
I thought
in
they
94?
got a split in 94.
Did they?
I think they did.
Okay.
Yeah, but I was going to say, so that's been almost 30 years. More surprising that NC State hadn't been back to a Final Four, or Penn State hasn't played for a national championship.
That's
I would say Penn State.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a power.
Was it?
I think it was a power.
Penn State?
No, NC State was a Cinderella story.
No. It was Penn State was a power.
Penn State is a power. Yeah, that's why I said Penn State is the answer. All right, before we go to break here, LT's going to tell us about another great gift for the holidays from our friends at Woodhouse. When we come back, we'll talk about Bo Nix, more reaction to him heading off to Oregon. Brownie had a good question coming up about Bo Nix. We'll get to that. All that and more. Woodhouse Spa, if you're still looking. If you're looking for that gift, this guy right here is about to tell you about Woodhouse.
Yeah, this Christmas, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa at the Woodhouse Day Spa, located right there at the Summit Shopping Center, right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatments, skin care, waxing, nail services. They even do the pregnancy massages. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. You can order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. That's birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift cards are a simple solution. Buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa. Tell Stuart and that great staff the Next Round sent you.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Boy Frank 79629, standby. In school, I thought I might want to be a lawyer or a therapist. Mom always said I could talk to anyone, but being cooped up in an office all day didn't really appeal to me. And then I found a job working as a deputy in Shelby County. Now I spend my days helping people, sometimes on the worst days of their life. Nearly always, they just want someone to listen. And I've always been good at that. Plus, it pays great. Plenty of time off, great benefits, and each day is a new challenge, and I never stop talking. Or smiling.
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and on Insta.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, beginning this month, our friends at Wayne's Pest Control, they're introducing their new Smart Pest solution. Smart Pest combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with 24/7 rodent monitoring. Smart Pest monitors and proactively communicates to prevent an infestation. Smart Pest is the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today. Call 866-WAYNES1 and mention offer code TNR to receive $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. That's 866-WAYNES1.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
What's on your Christmas list? Hi, this is Ricky Bromberg. Bromberg's offers an unsurpassed lineup of the world's most coveted names in designer jewelry. Select from David Yurman, Forevermark, Roberto Coin, John Hardy, Mikimoto, Jude Francis, Mazza, Lagos, Marco Bichigo, just to name a few. No matter what your budget, find out why since 1836, a Bromberg silver box under the tree symbolizes only the very best. Bromberg's, Mountain Brook, and the Summit.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Brown wanted something earlier in the show he wanted to bring up on Bo Nix. We'll circle back around to that in just a second after I tell you about a great gift idea for the Auburn, Alabama, and UAB fan in your life. It's from our friends at the Pants Store right now. You can choose from polos, button-downs, the always popular quarter zips, sweatshirts, hats, and all the accessories for your game day fun. Right now with the name brands of Wrangler and Carhartt and Dolce Vita and Hoka, Vintage, Havana, Levi's, Southern March, and a lot more. Pants Store gift cards are also the perfect gift under the tree this time of year. Swing by and pick one up at Leeds, Crestline, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville. You count them. That's 5 locations in Leeds, Crestline, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. And you can go online to pantsstore.com, pantsstore.com. Just great fashion year-round, including your game day fan gear. Free shipping on all orders over $100 and those wonderful gift cards as well right now with the pantsstore.com. Brown, your point on Bo Nix earlier, what was the question?
All right, I know we've done this exercise a little bit before, but I need to redo it just for the purposes of this discussion.
Bo Nix ranking where you would just put him in the hierarchy of SEC quarterbacks this year. There are obvious ones I know we would all have him behind. Bryce Young.
Yep.
Matt Corral.
Bryce and Matt one.
Will Rogers.
Yep.
Will Rogers, okay.
Yep.
Dunaway's hesitant.
No, I'll give you that.
Okay. Would we put him behind?
Hendon Hooker, he's behind
Hendon Hooker. That's 4. Dunaway, you okay with there? So Bo's at best 5th. Would you put him behind Stetson Bennett?
This year, yes.
Yeah, I would put Stetson ahead of Hooker. Yeah.
All right. That is Bo at 6th right now. Is that where we stop it? KJ Jefferson, they're a lot alike to me.
Oh.
Jefferson, 21 touchdowns, 3 picks.
I saw him head-to-head, and Bo outplayed him, so I'll give Bo that.
Will Levis, he's definitely not behind him. Connor Basilick, not behind him. Max Johnson, not behind him. I think we've Calzada.
I think you've got it.
Yeah, all right, so Bo 6th. Are you comfortable with that, Dunaway?
It's 5th or 6th. I mean, I think the Hooker stats were amazing, but I don't think he was any more consistent than Bo was.
Okay,
Bo
so
had some good games as well.
We're 5th or 6th.
Yeah,
we're 5th or 6th. All right, let's do the same thing now with Pac-12 quarterbacks.
Okay.
Just from this season. Jaden DeLaria, Washington State.
DeLaria, a lot of upside. I would say Bo Nix is better, though.
Okay.
I would too.
Very interesting. He, by the way, led the Pac-12 in passing this year. Jaden DeLaria did, so that's where we're starting.
Yeah.
Kedon Slovis / Jackson Dart.
Definitely USC.
Okay. And so we'll go with the USC quarterback.
I would go Dart better. Slovis was better. We'll see what he is when he gets out of that horrible system.
Okay. So now here's where it gets interesting because
Cam Rising. You have to do Cam Rising.
I was going to get him.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do Cam Rising right now.
I mean, I don't know about 100%. You. To me, he could be number 1.
Yeah. Cam Rising. There's 2 more that you haven't hit on for sure.
2,200 pass yards, 18 touchdowns, 5 picks for Cam Rising.
He only played the second half of the season.
Yeah,
Played
so he
6
had 12 games. 12 games he was in. Jaden Daniels.
Yes, a bad year, very bad year.
No, not this year.
But not this
Nix
year.
was better this year than Jaden Daniels.
But Jaden Daniels is better quarterback.
Yeah.
Not this year though.
No, not this year.
That's my point. This year, this season, Bo Nix was better than Jaden Daniels.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got 2. Tanner McKee, Stanford, not a chance.
Nowhere
Chase
close.
Garbers, California.
Nope.
Not a chance. Dylan Morris, Washington. They were awful. Dorian Thompson Robinson, UCLA.
Yes.
Yeah,
he's better.
good.
I think as good or better
I think
than
he's
Bo
better.
Nix.
Yeah.
Anthony Brown, Oregon. I think Bo would have started at Oregon this year. I think he's better
Probably
than
so,
him. Chance Nolan, Oregon State. Nope. Will Plummer, Arizona. Not a chance. Brandon Lewis, Colorado. I mean, Bo Nix is probably 3rd or 4th in the Pac-12 this year.
Yeah.
We had to fight to make him 5th or 6th in the SEC just by transferring. He's already in a better spot in the Pac-12 than he was in the SEC
And what will
in relation to the other quarterbacks.
And what will his numbers look like? Because, I mean, the Washington State numbers are what they are out there. Cam Rising's numbers lower, that they play a different style of football. To me, DTR is probably maybe the best quarterback, him or Cam Rising in the Pac-12 this past year.
Bo Nix's numbers in 10 games, 2,294 pass yards, 11 touchdowns, 3 picks, 61% pass completion percentage.
Yeah.
Anthony Brown's numbers were a lot better than that.
They were.
Not a lot. Now, Anthony Brown's going to have 12 games where Bo's only got 10.
Well, Klatt brought that up, and my point to Klatt is that, okay, now do Anthony Brown playing Georgia, Alabama, LSU, Texas A&M, blah, blah, blah.
Brown
blah,
in
blah,
13
blah, blah.
games, 63% completion percentage. He did play in the conference championship game. So, that's a pretty significant bump over Bo on completion percentage. 2,683 yards, 15 touchdowns, 6 picks. They're really not that different.
Yeah.
Numbers-wise, they're not that different. Anthony Brown and Bo Nix.
But now I'm getting a guy that believes he's better, a little confidence going out there, a little swagger. And if he wins that job, and that's not a given. I mean, Ty Thompson is the most decorated recruit at Oregon. And remember, the people that are in Oregon history, he's the biggest recruit they've ever gotten, Ty Thompson is. And the people that are asking Bo to come play and maybe promising Bo the starting position have not been on campus with Ty Thompson really yet. They haven't been on the practice field with Ty Thompson
so
yet.
That's what would be really interesting if Bo actually gets beat out. And you heard Klatt. Klatt doesn't seem sold on Bo Nix.
No, he thinks it'll be a battle with Ty Thompson.
And if Ty Thompson wins that job and you've gone, I don't know how many thousands of miles to Eugene.
I would say 3,410.
I'm going to take the under there.
Okay.
I'm looking that up because I want to look up Bo's rushing yards because Anthony Brown ran for almost 700 yards.
Well, that was Moorhead's system this year.
Yeah, he ran for a lot more than Bo Nix did. So, I mean, I think overall numbers, Anthony Brown better. But you're right. If he transfers to Oregon and doesn't win the starting job, He has made a critical error in his career.
Jeremy, I know you love Tennessee, but Hooker was not better than Stetson Bennett this year. You can give me stats if you want to, that's fine, but part of the quarterback play is consistent and moving the football.
Hooker's a better quarterback.
If Hendon Hooker was on Georgia's team,
no.
it would be a significant difference.
Hooker's a better quarterback.
No, Stetson Bennett was consistent until he played Alabama.
Well, the defense was giving them short fields every game. They were up 14-21-0 before you could blink.
Thank you. Yep, they were. Yep, it was. I can't help it. I only have to drive 27 yards. That's what it is.
I'm just saying, eye test, I thought Hendon Hooker was the better quarterback.
You don't think Hooker? I mean, you don't think he was consistent?
I don't think he was consistent enough to win major
football games. He was more
games.
consistent than Stetson Bennett.
Yeah, and completion percentage, is that what we're going by?
I'll go by any stat you want to go by. What stat do you want to go by? Hendon Hooker
by quarterback rating.
Watch eye test. I'll go Gary Barter on you. Eye test.
Okay. Hendon Hooker, 69% completion percentage.
Okay.
2,567 yards, 26 touchdowns, 3 picks. I mean,
with Tennessee personnel.
When he started against Tennessee Tech, 199, and here it starts after that: 221, 225, 225, 233, 282, 316, 244, 273.
I may be wrong on this. Okay, I may be wrong.
Yes.
But you don't think Tennessee had better receivers than Georgia's receivers?
I think they were probably equal.
Yeah, maybe.
I think they were probably equal. But my point on Stetson Bennett. Now, look, Stetson Bennett is not asked to do the same things Hendon Hooker's asked to do.
But Hendon Hooker didn't have a Brock Bowers.
288 against UAB. He didn't start against South Carolina. 151 at Vanderbilt. 72 against Arkansas. 231 against Auburn. 250. 161. 255. 213. 105. 255. 340 against Alabama and a loss.
Yeah, that is the question. If Hooker was on Georgia's team, who would be starting, Hooker or Bennett?
Chase says it'd be Hooker.
I think it would be Hooker. 2,408 miles from Birmingham to Eugene.
As the crow flies?
As the car drives.
As the car drives. Huh?
So the crow flying would
not an easy drive.
Shorter.
Be shorter, yeah. 2,408. Light traffic right now, Lance. Take you 32 hours and 49 minutes.
So if you're Bo, do you
Yeah.
get your car shipped there or you actually drive it?
I think I just buy a new one. I think I get an NIL deal.
With a dealership?
With a dealership up there.
Always fun. Questions like, give me an example of questions you guys asked Wednesday night at Odie's. Is there one? We do it the same. We used to do it on the radio.
Which came first?
We'll do it.
I'll give you one right now.
Okay.
Hold on.
And then Brown's going to tell us how we're going to win tickets today to go to see Alabama and Davidson after you tell us about Odie's. What's one question you have at Odie's? Because you do the 5 things thing, which I think is the toughest game in the world.
Here was one. What came first, Zaxby's or Miley Cyrus?
I'm going to say Miley Cyrus. I think Zaxby's is sort of
or Miley Cyrus.
Doesn't John Smoltz own Zaxby's?
He does not. No.
Drew Brees has got a little bit of damn, which one does he own? Is it
he's got
Jimmy
John's.
Walk-ons.
He owns Walk-ons.
He's got
Jimmy
Walk-ons,
John's, yeah.
Jimmy John's.
I am going to say Zaxby's was like a chicken finger joint in the middle of nowhere, Georgia, forever, and then they finally branched out. So I'll go Zaxby's.
Zaxby's 1990, Miley Cyrus 92.
Oh, so close.
Anyway, Birmingham Institution, Odie's located right there in Crestline Village. Rodney Davis cooking up incredible lunches and dinners for almost 30 years now, including the burgers, award-winning wings, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Get in on the patio. You can enjoy great weather. Maybe coming up this weekend. I saw where in Dallas, Christmas Eve, it's going to be 79 degrees.
Is it really?
Yeah.
We're not going to be there then, but I like it warm. Are you?
But I assume it's going to warm up here.
Are you
I'm
the
just guessing
type person that wants it to be cold for Christmas?
Yeah, a little bit. Anyway,
my
ice
wife
cold
is too.
Beer buckets with Bud Light. Stop by, see Will Haber and that great staff. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Wrong, Jeremy. I watched every one of Hooker's games. I just don't like the way that offense looked.
You didn't watch every one of Hooker's games.
Well, you're right. I didn't watch the directional games.
Have
Yes.
one or two.
Yeah. Call you out on your crap.
I watched a lot of them. Absolutely. He says I didn't watch any of them.
My neighbor's saying it's going to be 75 here.
Yeah, Christmas can be warm. If you like cold Christmas, this ain't your place. Sorry.
Yeah. I don't like cold Christmases. I like
cold
Christmas. Summer Christmases. Really?
Yeah. That is weird. I like it to be cold.
My kids told me that we had a white Christmas. I never
we did.
remember
It was
that.
just a couple years ago.
I just
Recently.
don't remember that.
Yeah.
I mean, it was not.
Do you remember it?
Yes.
I don't.
It was
I don't know.
dusting.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, was it a dusting?
Yeah, it was not thick.
No,
it was a dusting.
It was a nice enough sort of snowballs.
Yeah, you could put it
Like
together.
dirt and mud in them. Those are the best. Just ice balls.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
I got 2 things too. So, all right, tickets. First of all, tickets. Send us at Next Round Live, hashtag CM Newton Classic.
Okay.
Hashtag CM Newton Classic. At Next Round Live.
CM Newton Classic. Okay.
That's what you Google by. That's what you enter, by the way, to buy the tickets at Ticketmaster.com. Here is a text. You want to read that text, or you have to put your glasses on?
I got my glasses right here.
Read the bottom two text. You see who it's from, right? I mean, you say who it's from. I'm just saying.
Yes.
Well, you say who it's from.
Oh, it's from Bo Nix himself.
Right. It said, read the question I asked him.
I have not. Never been to Oregon before.
Yes. I texted.
That's what I'm telling
I know.
you.
All right. I'm giving you credit.
I just believe.
I said, I did not see Oregon coming. Did you even get to visit the campus before picking? I have not. Never been to Oregon before.
Yeah.
Period. All right. Congrats.
Hunker down. Absolutely. I mean, that's the way I would do it.
Well, I mean, look, he said, again, going back to one of the reasons he is leaving Auburn, he wants to get NFL ready. If he believes Oregon is the program, then it's almost like getting drafted by the NFL. You don't pick where you go.
Yeah, and plus, of all the college campuses out there, I feel like I got a pretty good feel on what Oregon's going to be like. I really do. I feel like
I think it's going to rain a lot. It's going to be a little misty, a little cold.
But the facilities are going
to
be
incredible.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
We always hear about Nike money, right? So I'm not worried about what my world is going to look like if I'm Bo Nix when I get there. I know I'm going to be covered with Nike stuff.
Do you think there's a good percentage of the girls that don't shave their underarms?
I bet there is some.
Yeah.
I bet there are.
But he's engaged, so he doesn't care about that.
0% at Auburn.
Yeah.
I'll always go 1%. 1%.
I don't know, man. I'd almost go 0% at Auburn.
Well, less than 1%, but not 0. There's somebody at the Auburn campus that doesn't shave their armpits. But I bet there is a percentage point at Oregon that chooses not to.
It's a bad look. I think we can all agree on that, right?
Oh, yeah. Yes. Female with armpit hair? Yeah, that's not a good look at all.
Doesn't turn me on.
Remember when Madonna had it?
I do.
Yes.
I think her daughter has it. What's her name?
Lourdes.
Did the first baseman in A League of Their Own, did she have it?
I don't even never showed a picture of her. They always filmed her from a distance, remember? She just waved from the 30 feet away.
All right, we're back with our final segment coming up that will answer our poll question as well. Have you ever ordered or know somebody who ordered a mail order bride? We'll find out the final numbers on that next.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Cookie Dough Magic is a locally owned dessert shop serving 13 flavors of edible cookie dough by the scoop. Visit today and try their delicious, safe-to-eat cookie dough in a homemade cone, milkshake, or sundae. Cookie Dough Magic also offers their cookie dough by the box, which is perfect for holiday parties, for work, classrooms, and family get-togethers. 3 locations, Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and they offer nationwide shipping, of course. So visit mycookiedoughmagic.com to order. That's mycookiedoughmagic.com.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Hey, Lance Taylor with the Next Round. I want to tell you about our guys at Chorus Smart Secure, local smart home security company in Hoover with over 200 5-star reviews. I made the swap from one of those big security companies to Chorus, and the cameras and automation are awesome. Tell them the Next Round sent you and receive a free Sonos soundbar with the purchase of any smart home system. Call Chorus Smart Secure today, 205-920-1020. That's 205-920-1020.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
All right, you have until 1 o'clock, hashtag CM Newton Classic to get your chance to win here at nextroundlive.com. It's Twitter only, hashtag CM Newton Classic, Do that, and you'll be in the drawing for a pair of tickets to go see the Davidson, Alabama game here in town, BJCC, tomorrow night, 6 o'clock. Good basketball there for that. Ticketmaster.com to buy your tickets. Final thoughts on the show being brought to you today by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
Get your new year started off in a healthy body. Go see my friend Dr. Lee Goldenberg at Greystone Chiropractic. Get your spine properly aligned. We get your nervous system properly aligned, which affects every cell, tissue, and organ in your body. The nerves are protected by the spine, so getting it properly aligned is important. GreystoneChiropractor.com or 981-8090. GreystoneChiropractor.com, 981-8090.
Real quickly, can you give us a update on, has anyone, or do you know anyone that married a bride that they basically ordered online?
Mail order bride.
Mail order brides there.
That was the actual question. We've got a lot of responses that are.
Does it actually cost you anything up front, or you just have to bring them in?
I've never done it.
Do they come in a box? I mean, what, you get to open them?
One guy right here, Brandon says, I know a guy who said he bought his first 2 on balloon notes, and the last one he paid for up front.
So a true ladies' man.
77% say no. 23% say they've either married a mail order bride or know somebody that has. Our listing of viewing audience is a diverse group of people.
1:30, 30 minutes, Old Dominion in Tulsa. Tulsa's a favorite there. LT gave us a lock earlier on a variety of things. You can get all the plays today, 3 football games at lanceslock.com. lanceslock.com. That's the show today. Tacky Sweater Day tomorrow. If you got pictures of you in a tacky sweater, send them to us as well, and we will tweet the winner of the CM Newton Classic tickets, which will turn off the entry in 20 seconds. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.